lounging by the sea and lining up 5 sevens. Now that's a win. Showing off your new garden tool and raking in on 00. Now that's a win. Swinging to some classic rock and standing on 20. Now that's a win. Do what you love and get the thrill of Borgata anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online, poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up now. Stretching your hammies and splitting aces. Now that's a win. Toasting the perfect marshmallow and turning up 5 cherries. Now that's a win. Waiting for a nibble and setting a trap with pocket kings. Now that's a win. Do what you love and get the thrill of Borgata anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online, poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up now. Loving up on the puglets and looking down on 4 kings. Now that's a win. Showing off your soft top and shoving in on a straight flush. Now that's a win. Manning the tongs and taking down a hot tournament. Now that's a win. Do what you love and get the thrill of Borgata anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online, poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up.
Good. Hey, welcome, listeners. This is Tyler Patterson, Amanda Musamichi, and Mike Gagliano. We're here at the Borgata Spring Open main event, and here's we got the chip counts and player names coming up on the screen right now.
Should be a really good final table. We have a lot of big names today. You're looking at Joe Kuether with 67 big blinds, 2.7 million. Joe's a tournament professional with almost $4 million in earnings. Here's Brian Lemke. It's funny, he's one of the shorter stacks, and he still has almost 40 big blinds here. We had a really deep stack structure. Brian Lemke with over $1.2 million in lifetime earnings as well.
Justin Zaki, he's from the Florida area. We see him around the circuit a lot. He has 1.3 in lifetime earnings, and today he is coming in with 34 big blinds.
Andy Spears, another, we literally
the chip leader here.
Every single player. Yeah, he is the chip leader today with 4.6 million chips. Originally from, actually I think he still lives in Buffalo, with 386,000 lifetime earnings. Here you see a nice wide shot of the players as they get ready to go. So, as Tyler said, I'm Michael Gagliano with Amanda as well. And what do you guys think about today? You excited? This should be a good final table.
We're in for a long day, that's for sure. These guys are pretty deep, and they're all pretty good. So I think we could be here for a lot of hours.
Although sometimes when you have 6 good aggressive players, you wind up with just big pots and a lot of action. So we could see either. I think you're probably right though. I think we got a good final table that just is going to be action-packed and has some really good hands. I'm excited to watch.
I'm excited to watch because I feel like I'm going to learn something from these guys. I know all of these players. I see them around the circuit all year long as we're all kind of traveling and grinding now. And this is a very experienced final table. So maybe we'll see some fireworks along the way. I think we will.
We'll see some, that's for sure.
Yeah, these guys have some history with each other for sure. Maybe not even just this tournament. They've played together probably hundreds of times. We missed
the first two players in our intro. Ben Zamani in the 1 seat. He's on the left side of your screen wearing the gray sweatshirt with 1.2 million in chips. He has almost $1.7 million in lifetime earnings. He cashed for $1 million in the I think it's the PCA back in 2010. And the 2 seat is Jim Gilbert from Pennsylvania with $322,000 in lifetime earnings. So I mean, there is not one player here. The lowest is actually Jim Gilbert is the lowest with 322,000 lifetime earnings. Let's see. Let's add this up real fast. We have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have about $8.5 million of earnings between these 6 guys right here. That's pretty impressive.
Not too bad.
No, more than a third of that goes to Joe Kuether, of course.
That's true. Yeah,
and he's pretty young compared to this table, so he's for sure the most accomplished.
Let's see. I think that's the one line filled in on Joe Kuether's bio here. is his age. He's 27. I think. Let's see. So he is quite young to have that much earnings, that many in earnings. I believe Jim Gilbert will be our youngest player at the table at 28.
Wait.
Isn't 27 younger than 28?
Oh, yeah. Yes,
I mean, I'm not a number.
That is
chick,
true.
but
That is true. So let's jump into the action. I'll stay away from the numbers.
They're playing already.
We'll leave the numbers to you, Amanda.
Okay, fair enough.
So we'll see if we can get some. We'll see some hole cards. They'll be popping up in a moment here as we get our reader going.
Like Amanda said, I'm excited to learn from these guys today too. Like I've done the live stream before, and it was a 500 with a zillion players. So the people at the final table, I felt like I could explain what they were thinking and maybe even talk about a lot of their mistakes. But at this final table, I mean, these guys play as well as me or better, so it's going to be pretty fun to follow along.
Absolutely. We see Andy Spears coming in right off the bat with a raised chip leader. I would expect to see some him start pushing the action right from the start. Tyler was talking about the last 500 that we commentated on together, and we started 10-handed in that, as opposed to now we're starting 6. So I think we're really just going to jump right into it here. So there's a nice shot of Benzimani there.
Looking at his bio, I was surprised. I mean, he has as many earnings as I thought he would, but it said that he's never won a live tournament, which kind of blows my mind because he's kind of a sicko.
Nor has he ever cashed in a Borgata event before.
Oh, this is a pretty good first cash.
Pretty good first cash.
Taking a look at the chip colors that these guys are playing with here, the blue chips that you see are worth 5,000. And then they look kind of reddish, but they're actually a pinkish, like watermelon color. Those are worth 25,000 each. So we see Jim come in with a race in 90,000 with the ace-8 of spades, and Joe Flack calls a 9-7. A little surprised to see the 9-7 call. I would think we may see some more 3-bets with that type of hand from Joe, but maybe he just wants to get post-flop.
Joe plays a ton of live tournaments, and he's a circuit grinder, so he plays with a lot of inexperienced players. So flatting with those kinds of hands is really profitable against those players that he's used to playing with. I'm not sure.
I'd be a little less inclined. I'd be a little less inclined to do it just because you're going to have more 3-bets at this type of table.
It was a pretty fun flop for the 9-7.
Everyone's got a piece of this one.
Wow.
Yeah, everyone's got a piece of it. So
big piece.
We're definitely going to see Jim bet here with his flush draw. And I would imagine we just see Joe call. He could come in for a raise. Would you? So if you flatted the 9-7, would you think you would raise here?
I don't like getting aggressive with double gutters because they're pretty sneaky.
So you like just calling, kind of setting the trap and hitting a hidden hand sometimes. I can see that, especially with the player behind. I think that's a reasonable option here. Andy's in an awkward spot. He's definitely not going to fold his hand. I don't think we'd see him raise. He probably just comes along with the call, I would guess. This could be a tricky spot, though, where he decides to get a little aggressive and try to push these guys off some better hands here. No, it looks like just the call. Large pot right off the bat here.
You don't see a lot of 3-way
to a turn
in a 6-handed final table.
Not at all.
It's pretty cool.
And this turn really gets even more interesting because again everybody hits it again, but Jim obviously has the best piece of it here.
Jim was a pre-flop raiser, right?
He was, yeah.
So if he continues betting here, that's going to put alarm bells to everyone. Like, why, if you're the original raiser and it's 3, 4, 5, 6 with 3 spades, like you're not continuing on that board.
Yeah, he definitely has a he does actually check, which
I like that.
I kind of do too. I mean, I would imagine Joe's just gonna bet. This is actually a really awkward hand here. If I'm Joe, I'm thinking that.
Oh yeah.
I'm kind of worried that maybe the big blind has a flush, rather than I wouldn't think Jim would check a flush here.
Wow.
And there you go. Nice shot of us laying on the couch here with the Borgata poker background. We're just kind of hanging out, checking out the stream. So I want to see what happens in this hand. I'd like to get back to the action here, guys. I know we look great sitting on the couch here, but so as Andy fills up, he's just going to go ahead and bet, it looks like. And I would expect a pretty hefty bet from him. What's this? About 700,000 in the pot. Looks like only about 275, which is which is pretty small. Now, if you're Jim, do you come in for a raise, or do you just call here?
Well, all these players have some experience with each other. We all travel. We all play with one another. Andy is definitely one of those players who's like super aggressive. So, you know, I think in this table especially, we're going to see, just because they all know each other, and I think most of these players are very aggressive types.
For sure.
It could induce more action. And they're going to go, you know, I think that they know to go thinner versus, you know, knowledgeable players. So
I think I really like Jim's call here. You know, if he raises, he's just, it's very hard for Andy to call with worse hands. Yeah. And Andy's probably the most likely to have hands like 6-4, 5-4, 4-3, those types of hands. I wonder if Joe finds a fold here now. Really tricky spot.
He's well played hand by everybody.
Yeah, everyone played this hand pretty perfectly. It's super hard to put, you know, Jim on the flush, but you got to think, like, what is he calling here that's worse than your straight here? He could have the same hand. I'd be kind of concerned that maybe Jim checked a hand like 2 7s or something. Looks like he's cutting out a call. He's getting a really good price here too, so I certainly wouldn't be surprised to see Joe find the call here.
Yeah, I can't see a fold. Andy, this is a board that Andy could bluff on for sure in this spot.
Yeah, and Joe does come with the call, and they're both gonna be pretty upset to see Andy's hand here.
Andy was the most likely player to be bluffing, and
it's pretty hard for him to be bluffing in that spot, though, I think.
No, they had checked it around on the turn. There's no reason. I mean, maybe he doesn't call on the flop with hands that would be bluffing.
Yeah, that's the problem. He's got to turn, you know, geez, just a hand like, well, like 8s or, you know, a random 6x into a bluff, which I wouldn't expect him to do in the two players there too often. Especially with that sizing, you know, that was a pretty small bet that I think he gets looked up a lot with there. So if you guys are watching at home, you can come chat with us in the Twitch chat here if you're watching it on Twitch TV, and if you're watching it on YouTube, you can tweet at us if you like. Use the hashtag BorgataPokerLive, and we'll come say hi. Gonna retweet Tyler's tweet there. We got a lot of action going in this Twitch chat already. Mr. Buzzgon is apparently offended by something that Tyler already said. I don't know what he said. But
what did I say?
I don't know, but Mr. Buzzgon is apparently... I like calling him just Mr. Buzzgon. That's a great name.
Oh, man. All these screen names, how am I supposed
to It's going too fast for you.
Yeah. This is my first...
Danny Buzz would be my guess.
Yeah, that's him. just wait. Hopefully we get a lot of viewers.
Oh, yeah. I said we commented on the 500 earlier, and it was a bunch of players who didn't know what they were doing.
That's true.
Mostly Buzzgon didn't know
Buzzgon won, yeah. That's right.
I was totally kidding about that. They actually played really well.
So we see Joe coming in for a raise with the Queen-8 off. Definitely a little aggressive, but, you know, it looks like most guys are folding pretty fast. Maybe they're just going to be, you know, we talked about everyone playing aggressively. Maybe everyone's just going to be kind of, sometimes when you get really aggressive tables, everyone's kind of afraid to play.
In the early goings, you know, too, is, you know, you're not always just jumping in and getting crazy right away. And maybe he's just seeing where he stands with
what he can get away with.
Yeah, why not, right? I do this after dinner breaks too. I'm like, everyone's tired at the table. I'm just gonna start raising every hand.
See a shot of Kelly, the tournament director, in the background. I guess she's not announcing today. She usually announces with her great commentating voice. So let's see. We haven't seen a shot of Brian Lemke yet. Where is Lemke sitting at this table? Is he next to Joe?
Looks like he's in the 2 seat, I think.
No, Jim's in the 2 seat.
There he is in the 4.
There he is.
So Lemke and Zachy are the 2 shorter stacks. And like we said, they're not even very short. You know, they both have about 30, 35 big blinds each. So it'll be interesting to see if they do any battling versus each other, being seated next to each other. So that's Justin Zachy, generally known as Zachy by most players.
Yeah, I see him everywhere. I seem to find his table all the time. Not sure how that works out.
He does play a lot of tournaments. This is his 66th career cash.
Mostly a live player, right?
I believe so. I don't know too much about his online background. Do we have? Let's see. I think I have a bio here. If it says anything about that, let's take a look.
I don't know about their any of their online background. I know that Benzimani, the Stein, right? He has a big.
He played a lot online, yeah.
Brian Lemke.
Lemke played a lot online as well. Zeki didn't write anything about him playing online. I don't think he does. Maybe some of our fans out there can let us know if he's. Yeah. So we're being told in the Twitch chat that he does not play online, which I think is correct. Joe Cruther definitely plays online. I think he's mostly been playing live recently, though, right?
Cruther does play online?
I believe so. Yeah.
I didn't know that. I mean, he's a circuit grinder. I know that. So.
Yeah, he plays
everything.
Mostly live now, I think, but. I think Andy Spears also has a bit of an online background before Black Friday. And Jim Gilbert is known as a really huge fish online. Definitely, he plays a ton still. He's always played a lot online. I know he travels, out of the country to play some of the larger events.
That's a real huge fish?
Yeah, really huge fish, yeah.
Oh, that's his screen name. I thought you were just saying he was terrible.
No, that's his name.
Okay, I get it.
So, Andy comes to the raise, and it looks like Ben was thinking about making a move with the Jack 6, but he decides to lay it down.
Zamani does this a lot too, the posturing to 3-bet.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
I've played with him recently, and I just actually played with him in Florida. He was doing that a lot on my table. Every time I'd open, he'd do the tank fold.
We talked about this a little bit last time, I think. At a table like this, I think, there can be something that can be said for kind of trying to do that sometimes. But for the most part, slowing the game down basically needlessly is not really something that most people would advocate, I wouldn't think.
Yeah, I hate that. But
yeah, I know you're very against it.
I mean, I like to keep the game moving for sure. It's a big thing for me. But I think that Ben is probably actually thinking about 3-betting with error every single hand.
He certainly may be.
So.
I mean, people make the argument that, if you just snap fold every time, then obviously when you start taking your time, you have some better hands. So it's good to mix in some of those close, like, maybe I'll do something, and then you fold. But, and against guys like, Ben's playing against here, I mean, they're thinking about all that stuff. So it's, like I said, at this table I could see it a little more than others, but, still not something I try to make a habit out of by any means.
I mean, if anything, if you tank all the time, it makes it seem like you are capable of doing it with any hand.
Makes it seem like you're making moves.
But you don't really want more action, do you? I mean, most of the times in tournaments, if you're 3-betting, I mean, you want people to fold more often than you want action. So I don't really like that, even if it is posturing for balance. I think it helps you out if you're not balanced, they think that you only have good hands.
And it's for image sake, and I think because all these players are pretty, these guys are all, I'd say professional players.
I think every single one of them is at least, I think everyone's a professional.
So I don't think you really even need to do this for image, for image sake. I mean, I think everyone at this table is understanding that each of these players is capable of the light 3-bet.
I believe, according to their bios, I believe everyone is a professional, except for Andy Spears, who is a professional Netflix watcher. He's been in that position for 18 months.
While we're talking about all this, Andy opens under the gun with the 3-deuce off, by the way.
Yep.
I think this is interesting. He's clearly trying to see what he can
get away
with, I guess, and it's been working. But he's literally by opening that hand, he's saying that he's just opening every hand. That is the worst hand he could potentially open there. So he's opening that. I'd imagine he's opening the better ones.
Do you think these guys are going to check out the stream or have people talk to them 30 minutes later?
They might. I mean, maybe for some bigger pots, I think you'd see that. But I feel like a lot of these guys that just have been playing with each other for, the last couple of days, and they wait until last night, that you generally have a good feel for it, and you don't you don't even care that much. Maybe in a big pot, like, hey, that guy bluffed me. But I think, people may be interested to know that Andy's opening as wide as 3-2 off, and that's something that I would like to know if I was Ben on his left.
I mean, is that maybe why Andy's opening the 3-2s off?
I was thinking
It's possible.
Yeah, setting it up for the, when they do share information.
I feel like that's not necessarily the image I'd want to set up, since
Me neither.
as a
What?
chip
'Cause
leader, I'd be opening a lot, and it'd be hard to get good hands, but...
If you're the chip leader and everybody's deep, it's not so bad to get a ton of action, but everybody else probably wants folds most of the time.
So once again, if you guys are just joining us, this is the final table of the Borgata $2,700 Spring Poker Open main event. And I am Michael Gagliano alongside Amanda Musumeci. Musumeci, am I saying that right?
Yeah, it's fair enough.
And Tyler Patterson.
I like the Twitch comments, just mostly ripping us so far.
Oh, of course. There's going to be a lot of that.
This is my first foray into Twitch. I kind of like it.
Twitch chat is something of a marvel. And there's a lot of interesting things that will certainly go on. So we see, we don't know Jim's hole cards, but he opens. Yeah, that's what they're going to, I guess, tell him. They're fixing something there. But he opens, and it looks like Andy defends his big blind with King 9, and Andy flops second pair. So we'll play the hand along with Andy and see how we'd play it if we were him. Be a little fun.
It's kind of fun. Yeah.
What do you do here if you're Andy, Tyler?
So what happened? Andy checked.
Jim bet, yeah.
Andy checked and Jim bet. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
we see Gilby's hand now. Gilby's
I wouldn't
flopped some
be
big
check
hands.
folding if I defended King 9 and flopped a 9, so probably just check call and see what happens.
Turns a 7, couple straight draws, couple gutters get there. I would expect to see. Oh, Jim's going to keep betting with this hand, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that board probably hits the defender a little more than the pre-flop opener. So if he's continuing here, I'd probably give him credit, because my hand probably should be a little bit scary.
I'd be pretty happy with that turn card if I was Gilby too. He's going to have a lot of. Jim Gilbert is generally known as Gilby by friends and others. So like I said, we know a lot of these guys. So sometimes it's hard to always just say someone's name that's written on the screen there. I would think that I'd get called a lot here if I bet again, certainly on that 7. Andy's going to have a lot of hands that just don't fold here, a lot of hands that have pairs and draws, and he's going to have a lot of queens that just are never folding here.
If you're Andy, though, what do
we do with our second pair?
Do you defend another bullet here? I probably don't very often.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't expect Jim to barrel here to.
Right, I think it's also player dependent.
Too
I can
widely.
think. I think there's probably certain players at the table
That's a
you
pretty good
might.
fold.
Yeah, there's some players that you know are going to apply maximum pressure, but Jim doesn't have that many chips here. Like he just put almost 25% of his chips in the middle with that bet.
Right.
And there's not really that many draws. I mean, yeah, there's like a few. Obviously, there's straight draws, some gutters and stuff, but I would expect he wouldn't even bet all those. He would just check at some point and try to take some cards. So I would generally give him credit with my King 9 and just lay that one down.
I think so too.
If I had King Queen, a little bit of a tougher fold there. And I don't think we can make a fold on the turn just yet.
No.
So Andy Spears just collecting most of the pots so far. And he's got a lot of fans out there, a lot of Borgata regulars. I know Joe McKeon was in here earlier telling us to root for him. DJ, who we saw a couple of streams ago, final table. What did he final table? I think it was the $500 opening event, I want to say, with a $1 million guarantee. And he had a lot of fans as well. He's a good buddy of Andy's.
Oh, okay. Lemke chewing on his sweatshirt.
One of the many good habits of poker players.
It's one of the more innocent ones, at least.
Yeah, there you go.
So Andy, who's been playing most of the pots, actually wakes up with a big hand here. I wouldn't imagine Justin really goes anywhere with the King 8, but definitely frustrating to have the chip leader on your left playing back at you all the time. Now, if you're Justin Zaki here, would you even raise with King 8 because you know Andy's going to play back at you with such a high frequency? Or is that just too good of a hand to fold on the button?
Yeah, that's close. I don't know. With that stack, I probably just fold most of the time.
Yeah, I don't actually think that's a bad play.
Just because it's not just Andy, it's also, I mean,
It's also Ben in the big
Ben in
blind.
the big blind. He's pretty
He likes to
aggressive
play pots,
pre-flop
yeah.
too.
Andy has such a big chip lead at this point. Yeah, and Zachy does lay it down. You know, that's also one of those spots where if, you know, Zachy can get the information that, hey, listen, Andy actually had it that time. You know, don't feel like he's just running you over because he just got out the hand. It may make him feel a little more comfortable.
Yeah, if I was there, I would definitely have the stream up or have someone telling me.
Yeah, I don't know
what
if they
they
let
had
them watch the
afterwards.
stream at the table, but you can definitely have someone on the side, you know, with an iPad or something.
Yeah, I mean, just for a situation like that where it feels like, I mean, the chip leader's probably abusing you
And now keep him.
opening that late, but then you see as ace-king, then it helps you feel a little better about opening light on the button.
Could be the difference between, you know, Zach eventually punting or not, you know, is just having that information.
Making some light 4-bet, yeah.
Right.
Keep in mind, too, that we're on I believe we're on a 30-minute delay, you know, so they're not going to get this information for at least 30 minutes. So we see Joe raise it up with the 2 9s, and Brian has a decision now with the king queen, and it looks like he's putting in a 3-bet. So his first action at this table will be a 3-bet.
And he has 30 bigs. That's kind of a tough spot with king queen 3-betting because it's a tough decision when you get 4-bet at this point.
Yeah, it seems really hard to call it off with king queen here. I would imagine he would just fold if Joe does go all in. But if you're Joe, do you even go all in with 2 9s here?
Getting 3-bet by a 30 big blind stack. How much does he have? He has.
Yeah, he's got about 2 million.
Yeah, I think I'd probably ship it in.
Just no question, even though Brian hasn't even played a pot yet.
I mean, the history of just the final table doesn't matter too much. They have history all day and other events and stuff.
They know
Very
each
true.
other, you know.
Yeah.
Actually, I was mistaken. We have another non-professional poker player. Brian Lemke is a professional chauffeur for his son.
Yeah, he says he's going to buy his son a truck if he wins a tournament.
Right, if and until he wins this tournament. He'll be alleviated of his duties.
Did he just call?
Looks like he did just call, yeah.
Wow, the hand's going to get real awkward.
You know,
I'm never putting myself in this spot.
I mean, it's one of these spots where if you go all in, is Brian really calling you with worse hands? You know, is you really going to show up with 2 7s or something when you go all in here? You know, I think maybe Joe's just trying to weigh his options and take a safe flop before he decides to commit the rest of his chips.
But how do you even know what a safe flop is?
That's a good question. Maybe you know, maybe he just doesn't think Brian's very light here. Maybe he just thinks Brian has just good hands a lot. And just is not doing it with hands like he has. You know, like you said, you didn't even love the 3-bet necessarily. Maybe Joe thinks that Brian just calls with hands like king, queen.
Yeah.
And only 3-bets when he has really big hands here. So a pretty tough flop for Joe to continue on.
So if he thinks he only has really big hands, you're saying he's mostly set mining and then maybe just calling 1-bet if there's.
Seems questionable on Lemke's stack. Didn't he only start with 30 bigs?
I mean,
Right.
I don't
He
think
can't
he's
be
set
set
mining. I mean, he's trying to see where the flop comes and make some decisions. I mean, you know, Brian only bet 175 here, so Joe could easily peel bets on different textures. I mean, this is Jack 10-2 is, you know, not a very good board for Joe's 2 9s there.
A lot of turn cards and river cards and come. They're just going to make it more confusing, especially against a player like Lemke, who obviously can, you know, it's a pretty draw-heavy flop. You can just get it in with a lot of stuff, too.
Yeah, I mean, even that situation, you know, even Joe hitting his 9 would have just not given him remotely the best hands. And that's part of the problem with calling is that there are some cards that, there are a lot of cards that improve Lemke there.
Just make the board more complex.
You know, like we said, you know the history. I mean, maybe they played together yesterday, and Lemke was just playing tight. Wasn't playing a lot of pots, and maybe that's why Joe decided to not go with it pre-flop.
Yeah, that's.
They also were they were both pretty early position there. I think that could have swayed it a bit too.
usually when I'm doing this, I feel like I'm in a spot where I'm just critiquing all the play, and I feel like I'm kind of learning now. Like in that spot with Kuther, I would never just calling with 9s and seeing what happens.
Yeah, flatting is really interesting, I feel like, in that spot.
I kind of like...
With against a 30 big blind 3-bet.
Yeah, generally you make a lot of decisions pre-flop there and kind of go with it or fold a lot of times. Yeah, we've transitioned to a different era of poker. I think guys are much happier to flat than they were, a couple of years ago. So it looks like Jim's going to come in for the raise with the Jack-7 off. And it looks like, did we go up to 25K, 50K? Is that right? Yeah. It looks like the blinds have been raised here. And Joe actually wakes up with a pretty good hand here. And I would probably just expect him to 3-bet call, right? Maybe he just calls. Okay. Again, 30 bigs. I guess Joe's not very happy just getting it in too wide here. Maybe he feels like he's a bigger edge post flop, or just doesn't want to play big pots this early in the final table. I don't think Ace-Jack is disastrous to 3-bet call blind versus blind for 30 bigs by any means.
No, not at all.
That'd be pretty standard, actually.
Yeah.
I would think.
Joe's really trying to play post flop against these guys, which is maybe that's, part of his success, is just playing a ton of hands post flop.
Playing a little cash game style against tourney pros.
I like to do that when everybody's deep and when people are, really bad. But these guys are pretty good. So I don't know if he's going to gain all that post-flop edge.
And Jim hits his gin card here. And it's actually a pretty good card for Joe, too, since Joe turns open-ended.
Very good card.
To go with his top pair. And we've seen Jim's been hitting some flops for sure here.
In this case, a turn, but yeah.
Yeah, it did. Well,
he's made some hands for sure.
It didn't work out for him the last time with the flush, though, but this straight's in much better shape here. You see Joe actually has 0% chance to actually win the pot outright. He can only chop. And we see Jim continue with the bet of 325,000, a little less than half pot. Can't imagine Joe's going anywhere.
I don't see him getting aggressive with this either, because what's the point? You don't get action from worse or better to fold. So I think he's calling here 100%. So I'm not really sure why he's taking so long. What else can you do?
Just weighing his options, maybe. I don't think he can do much else here. But just thinking about what Jim could possibly have, what hands he's might bluffing with, that type of stuff can warrant the extra time. And with 940K back and 1.3 million in the pot, I would imagine Jim's going to be all in on most rivers. That's a particularly interesting river because the backdoor flush draw gets there. But I think we still just see.
Yeah, the stacks versus pot here is not.
If I'm Jim and Joe has a flush, I'm just going home.
Yeah, exactly. There's not enough room to get away from it or worry about it even. Just try to get as much as you can.
And it looks like Jim's looks up thinking and probably counting the pot size would be my guess on what he should do here. Now, do we think Joe calls it off here if Jim shoves?
No.
I don't know.
I'm going to say no.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, Jim does shove. And Joe certainly does not look happy. But he's going to ask for a count.
This spot's definitely not automatic. He can take some time here, and I won't fault him for it. But
there's really not going to be much he's beating here.
I mean, just that line from the small blind versus big blind is just raise, bet, bet, bet. Looks kind of bluffy. Like there's not a ton of hands you just barrel 3 times with, and
I mean, on this board though, a lot of his bluffs have. I mean, what is he bluffing with on the turn? Or even on the flop, he's betting hands like he had Jack 7, maybe Queen Jack. Maybe hands like King Queen or King Jack as well. If he had King Queen or King Jack on the turn, would he even go all in now? Those are.
Yeah, probably not. I'm not advocating for a call at all. Like I would most likely be folding in Joe's spot, but that's why Joe's thinking really hard. I mean, you get just the raise pre-flop from the small blind and bet every street no matter what. Like it doesn't always look credible.
Yeah, I think that especially when the flush gets there, though, it's just really hard for Jim to have, if Jim is playing, unless Jim is playing some like crazy suicide bluff strategy on the turn where he's just bluffing with some random 2 cards, a lot of his hands, if he's bluffing with a hand like a low flush draw or something, he just gets there.
Yeah. I mean, you can turn lots of hands that had some value into bluffs at this point. Like
definitely.
10-7, 10-jack. Those kinds of hands could be trying to get Joe off an ace at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think that in this spot at the final table, though, it's just I wouldn't expect to see that too much from Jim, especially since Jim is one of the shorter stacks. I feel like shorter stacks play a little more honestly usually. When there's a lot of bigger stacks that could easily bust them.
Yeah, sure.
Just like here. I mean, if Joe calls and is correct, then Jim is just gone. Definitely a tough spot for Joe, though. If I'm Jim, I don't think Joe has as strong as Ace-Jack.
What hands are you value shoving there if you're Jim at this point? Like, are you doing it with 8-9? Probably not, right?
I mean, 8-9's a tricky one there.
So if you're not shoving with that much value, then
I mean, you
there
can
has
easily
to be as many bluffs as monsters.
You can easily just have like, Ace-9, Ace-10 though, and
yeah,
Queen. I mean, stuff like that, which I think still just makes its way all in here.
I think that's what Joe's tortured about, is there's not that many hands that he can have that he's shoving for value.
Yeah.
But I think there's plenty to be able to fold this one. But I don't know their history either. He could have seen Jim show up with all kinds of stuff yesterday. We have no idea.
Sure. So we see Jim sitting with his eyes closed, trying not to give anything off with the sweater around his neck there. Do you like that? Do you think this, you like doing that? You like kind of hiding your face a bit? Or are you one of those guys that just, just kind of sits there and tries to not show emotion? What do you do, Amanda?
I'm one of those guys who sits there with no emotion, I guess.
I like that Jim has his eyes closed, though.
I think he's looking down.
I don't think so.
Down, no?
I don't know. He had a pretty good.
I see the blink. No.
Pretty good shot before. His eyes looked pretty closed.
To me, it looks tense. It looks. I don't know.
It does look a little
tense.
He does look a little tense.
When I look at him right in this situation, I just feel like he has it. I feel like he's strong. But it's easy for me to say. I can see the cards.
Jim is no stranger to Borgata final tables. He won event 1 back in 2014 of the Fall Open for $184,000. But even so, they're playing for $275,000, so there's still a lot of money on the line. And even for a professional, this can be a tense spot when you're all in here. Well, I'll tell you, when I'm sitting there with Jack 7 though, and the flush rolls off here, and you go all in, you get a little scared. You don't want him to just snap call and have enough flush here
Well,
for about 2 seconds.
Right, you're scared for a very short period of time. At this point, I don't think he's scared. At this point, he's obviously looking for.
Yeah, at this point, he's pretty happy and
call.
definitely thinks he's the best hand here.
Yeah.
It's a comforting 2 seconds though as a poker player.
I think Joe's looked at Jim one time. That might not be Joe's thing. He's more into
just trying to figure the hand
betting
out.
patterns and stuff rather than trying to look at someone and see, physical strength or weakness.
Now, do you think because he's tense, does that mean he has it, or tense because he's maybe making a bluff and he's scared?
Yeah, I mean, that's player dependent. I actually do put some stock into that when I'm look at people and try to do that throughout the day, but wow, he called.
Joe does make the call, and he's going to find out that is not the best hand, and Jim is going to get a full double up here. I'm kind of surprised to see the call, although.
I'm surprised.
You know, I mean, like we said, maybe Jim was making some bluffs yesterday that we didn't see, and Joe's hand is so disguised, like so insanely disguised that
that's a lot of chips.
That is a lot of chips he's going to ship over to Jim, and Jim's going to move into second place with that big pot there. And Joe is going to be our shortest stack by quite a bit now, I believe.
I'm going to give credit to Joe for being as accomplished as he is, and he's just a great player. We all know he's a great player, so I'd love to hear him talk us through how he played, why he called there, and why he just called pre-flop, and why he called the nines. Like, I'd really like to get into Joe's head. I was excited to see his hole cards today, but now I've seen them and I still don't know anything.
Definitely interesting. Yeah, Joe's only left with about 5 big blinds after that hand.
We know less about his game now
Yeah.
than we did before we saw his cards.
Exactly.
So you see how stacks reset after that. Andy's still our massive chip leader. And Jim is in second with 64 bigs. Brian Lemke, who started the day, I believe, 5 of 6, actually has moved into third place with his small pot that he won, and as well as you know, the shifting around to the other stacks there. You want to type it? Nice watch out of the poker room. You see the event today. That's some extra tables there. They're waiting for players. And a couple of people railing the final table. Like we said, most of these players are very well known here at Borgata. Actually, all these players are very well known at Borgata. So a lot of fans keep checking in. A lot of friends. Will be interesting to see if Jim decides to try to combat Andy's aggressiveness and, you know, try to play more pots, or if he just kind of sits back on his new chips and waits for some hands.
I want to see some more Joe Kuther action. Hope he doubles up a few times.
Jim will fold the button, and I imagine Joe goes all in with a large percentage of hands here from the small blind for his last 5 bigs. Joe's all in. We don't know his hand, but if you're Brian with queen 6 for 4 more big blinds, do you make the call here?
That's a really interesting one, actually. It's like right on the cusp. I mean, because it's suited. How many chips does Brian have? 1.7.
1.7.
Like 35 bigs. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I call here. Oh, he does fold. You know, queen 6 suited, I think, is pretty good.
Do you shove any too if you're Joe?
I don't shove any two. No, I don't. I mean, some of the, you know, the hand. I mean, you have to know you're getting called really a lot there by Brian.
And you could move up if something happens.
Exactly. I mean, if I look down at, you know, some 3, 4, 5 high hands, I'm finding some folds.
Yeah.
There's definitely a lot of hands that go all in, but I wouldn't shove any two. I know there are some players that shove any two there, but I don't think at a final table here, I don't think I would be one of them.
It depends on who's in the big blind, but if I know the big blind's folding queen 6 suited, I'm shoving any two. That's for sure.
Beginning.
Man, seeing the Twitch chat is so fun. I mean, there's...
Twitch chat is a thing of its own. You know, we have about 300 viewers right now on Twitch, and there's chat is flying by. Twitch chat likes calling. Twitch chat likes calling with the queen 6, apparently.
Well, I mean, that's Ryan LaPlante, right? Like, he's a accomplished professional. It's kind of cool seeing his input on there.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think I would call with the queen 6 as well.
I don't know a lot of these screen names. You probably know more of them.
No, I mean, I don't know most of these people in here, but I'm sure there are people that we may or may not know.
So how many blinds does Kuther have now?
About, well, he had 5 plus the big blind plus Annie, so let's say almost 7.
Double up.
Probably about 6.5, 7.
We saw some folds last hand that maybe we wouldn't have otherwise seen if his stack wasn't there in between. There's a 9-5 suited fold and a jack 9 off fold.
Yeah, well, with with that short stack, you definitely don't want to lose when someone's probably going to go out in the next few hands.
Right.
You saw it flashing your screen there. Tweet at us at Borgata Poker. Or no, we're at Borgata. Oh boy.
The hashtag is Borgata Live. Borgata Poker Live?
Borgata, yeah.
We should probably get better at that. Yeah,
Okay.
Borgata
Yeah.
Poker Live.
We are at Borgata Poker, and the hashtag is Borgata Poker Live. Tyler's on top of it. Yeah, Borgata Poker Live. There we go. So use that hashtag. You can tweet at us and ask us questions, talk to us, your comments, your whatever else you want to say.
Or just get on Twitch.
Or get on
use
Twitch,
the,
yeah.
Borgata AC.
I canceled my Run It Once Elite package because Twitch chat is better, says someone in the Twitch chat. All the information
great.
you can learn.
Andy going to think about the three deuce here. He has some kind of love for this hand.
Apparently, yeah. Maybe it's his favorite hand. No, he finds the fold from the big. It's good enough under the gun, but not from the big, apparently.
And Kuta thought about the jack 10 suited.
Oh, is that what he folded?
He thought about it and made the fold.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, Jack 10 is definitely a good hand there.
You're short-handed.
And
You have to find a
good
spot.
equity, yeah.
Yeah, you have to find a spot, and that kind of hand is going to flop pretty well. But I suppose I'm not sure if it's because it's Jim who's opening or if he just would rather find an open shove spot.
Well, he knows he has fold equity even with only 5 big blinds. So I think trying to find a spot with fold equity is better than just
For the
running it
open
out
shove,
with
agree.
Jack 10.
With the open shoving, at least you get, you're getting folds way more often, obviously. But on his stack, I mean, kind of want to call and you're going to need to get called and double up.
Yeah, so he's got 330. He's got just less than 7 bigs, looks like.
In these 6-handed situations, obviously stealing the blinds since they're coming around so often, like if you are able to just jam a short stack and get it through, just doesn't do you as much good. You're not going to be able to see, obviously, as many hands as if you were in a 10-handed or 9-handed final table situation.
Yeah, that's true. And there's less antes to win. So
I think I'd be more inclined to take thinner spots, like maybe the Jack 10, because of that.
yeah, Jack 10 suited. That is tough to.
It's tough to fold with 6 bigs, yeah.
Run it out.
So Andy has moved up in his opening range. He has 4-3 off this time.
And Ben just ripped it all in with the ace-3 suited.
Are you surprised to see Ben shove when Joe's so short there?
Yeah, actually. I mean, it's still a good play. You probably know he probably knows that Andy's opening any 2 because of Joe's stack.
Yeah, I don't know if we're, if we've been going for 30 minutes here. I guess we have, so maybe he was aware of that 3-2 open.
Well, just having a big stack when another player is down to, 5, 6, 7 big blinds, you can really put a lot of pressure on your opponent. So Andy is doing that by opening there. But obviously Benzamani does not care about the next the next pay jump. He's just taking the best spot.
And Lemke's gonna open the Queen Jack. Brian Lemke, Pennsylvania native. He's from your neck of the woods, Amanda, right?
Yep. He's a legend.
Philly area. Used to be a bartender and now is the professional chauffeur, as you mentioned earlier, for his son. Zachy finds the fold to King Jack. Kind of surprised we don't see maybe him do something with that hand. I don't think Andy's going to fold this ace-8, though.
I mean, because of Joe, I'm going to be really aggressive if I'm Andy right now.
You think he's going to be
Just
putting in the 3-bet here?
That puts so much pressure on Brian, Zachy, and Ben, like with their stacks.
Lemke, you mean?
No, I'm saying Andy should be 3-betting a ton of hands because it puts so much. Yeah, I'm saying Brian and Zachy and Ben. It puts so much pressure on them because of the pay jump.
And he does 3-bet. And I think it's, like we said, it's really hard for Brian to do anything but fold here.
I mean, if you're Brian, even if you have ace-jack in this spot, what do you do? I mean,
Brian's probably aware that Andy's capable of doing this light and applying pressure. He's, Brian has, 30 bigs to start the hand. But he's not going to take the spot. He is going to pass it.
I mean, I think this was the right play. Like, it's just, it kind of stinks as Brian with that hand. Like, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to just fold it? Like, instead of opening? That seems not great. But at the same time, knowing Andy's going to play back with such a high frequency, it certainly doesn't feel great to me, knowing that I have to just fold there. And Andy could be doing a lot of bluffing. I just see on our screen, Andy won a WSOP circuit ring back in 2013. And do we know what that was for? No, doesn't look like it. But he has $386,000 in lifetime earnings. This is his 50th career cash. We have a lot of cashes between these guys. Let's add those up. Actually, we have we have about 325 career live cashes between these 6 guys, worth over $8 million. That is impressive.
that is a ton.
We are undoubtedly going to see Andy open the King-9 off here. I heard from some people before the stream started that Andy was an aggressive player, and I was going to be in for a show. And this has been the Andy show so far.
Ben's really aggressive also.
He usually is. He just doesn't have that many chips, I think, too. I think that's what's been holding him back for the most part this time. Joe's in the big now. He's got almost 1/7 of his stack in the middle there. You still find the fold to 10-6, or you just put it in here?
That's kind of interesting. I think
I find the fold.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
Now, what about if you're Jack 10 here?
Yeah, definitely would put the Jack 10 in because it could even be the best hand.
That's true, especially if maybe he knows Andy's opening that 4-3. Joe's going to call here, which is interesting.
Interesting is
It's a big portion of his stack here with the 10-6.
Well, a big reason why we don't defend hands like 10-6 when you're getting a min raise, when you're getting that price, is reverse implied odds, and you don't have any of that when you have a really small stack. So you're just getting the price that's laid to you, and it's pretty good.
This is true. But at the same time, you're putting in now 30% of your stack, and if you miss, we're just folding.
Yeah,
that feels like a lot of chips.
He's not. I don't think he's stop and going. I think Andy knows what that is. So
yeah, I don't think so either. But so Joe moves all in on the turn here, and it looks like Andy's going to think it over with this king high.
he said Andy's saying to himself, "Is this a delayed stop and go? Do I want to call with king high though? I mean, if it is, if he really thinks it is, then obviously king high would be a call, but."
I would imagine there's a couple of hands that, Joe does this with that Andy's ahead of. Maybe not a ton.
yeah, I don't know. That should be.
You don't think so?
2 diamonds or some draw that the 8 created. He's not going to be. There's no way Joe checks. I don't know. He doesn't check the flop on something that he was going to bluff with.
This is true. And Andy does lay it down. And
That is a super awkward spot.
works quite well for Joe. So let's look at what they're playing for here. $277,000 for first place, and sixth place will get $51,000. Pretty small jumps up till they get to about third or so, which is where we start really seeing the money come in.
I mean, 10K is definitely a real. That's real money,
Oh, absolutely.
So they should be aware of Joe's small stack when all you have to do is fold to get $10,000 more.
And I'm sure they are, but with the $2,700 buy-in, only 4 buy-ins or so. I don't. It's not a very significant jump. Is what I was, getting at.
Right, yeah, so it's 10,000 for this jump. The next one after that is only 11 or 12, right? So I think
yeah, they're. I think there's another 10 or so. And it looks like Jim's thinking about it with the 4 deuce off. Maybe he's picking up on some of Andy's lessons.
I don't like opening complete trash there in that spot because when Joe shoves, how many big blinds does Joe have?
Joe is about 10 now. He's
Well, I guess you can fold to that.
double to about 10. So Joe goes all in, and Lemke with a quick call. Lemke is ace queen, and you get to see Joe's hand, but I would guess that's significantly the best hand. Joe with the king 7, and he's going to need to hit a king or a 7 to
These hands definitely
stay
play
alive.
themselves. There's no one doing anything different here.
Queen flop so far. They have some chop outs now. 5 or a jack will also chop the pot for the 2 of them. But the 3 won't do it. And Joe Kuther is going to be our 6th place finisher.
Wow.
He's going to take home $51,000.
Good officially for his 110th career cash. Congratulations.
At 27 years old? Man.
That's impressive.
110 live cash.
And it moves him over.
27.
It moves him over. Very close to $4 million in earnings, actually. Not just shy still. Joe always a great player though, and I'm sure there's other players. You know, it's kind of tough when you're at a final table with 6 pros that are all quite good. But they got to be a little relief to see Joe get knocked out so early.
Of course, yeah. You know he has some solid logic behind that ace-jack call. I'd love to hear it. Probably
Yeah,
gonna
definitely.
be a while before I can ask him.
Definitely be interesting to try to figure it out. I think what we said earlier. People just, or rather, he doesn't think that Jim is going to expect him to have a hand as good as ace-jack there very often.
Yeah, that's a big part of it.
And
sure.
that's a quite good hand to have in that sort of blind versus blind situation. Even though the board ran out scary, still feels like just a very good hand.
So that's part of it. So he's got, his hand is bigger than expected. Also, the just raise from small blind and 3-barrel isn't always that credible. And he
I don't know.
Maybe
I don't know why you don't think it's that credible on that board.
Well,
You seem to be giving Jim less
that board
credit than I
actually
am.
it made some sense, but most of the time something's going to scare you off or slow you down when a guy calls you twice.
Yeah.
So he didn't. I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to get into Joe's head. I would have folded that hand for sure, but I'm trying to come up with a reason why he called. I think that's part of it.
Maybe we're just too nitty. I would have folded.
I would have folded too.
So we see Ben getting aggressive with the jack 4 off, and Justin's going to defend the big with his pocket 5s. A little surprised he didn't shove. Well, he only has about 20 bigs behind, so he started with him with like 22, I guess. Definitely could see that being an all-in type hand. Can be tricky to play post flop, when all these overcards come.
Yeah, this is a.
I mean, what do we do
now.
now? I mean, this is not even a good spot for us with our pocket 5s and.
Yeah, I mean it's way ahead, but what are you going to do on the turn? There's not a lot of good turn cards.
That's right.
I mean, yeah, he's ahead, but he's there's definitely a lot of turns where he's not going to win this pot. So
Right.
He does make the correct call so far, and that's going to be one of those cards that he does not like to see. Now, if you're Ben, do you just keep betting here, or do you do something like try to check to try to be tricky and pretend you have something else or have the ace, and or do you just keep betting?
I mean, I might give up on some cards, but not that one.
So you would just
I would
keep
for
betting.
sure barrel that card. I mean, whether I had it or not, there's not.
It's just too good of a card.
Yeah.
You know,
I can't imagine a hand that I had if I was Ben that I wouldn't bet that turn.
and it definitely, it's going to make Justin's life very difficult with a lot of his hands, such as the one that he has here.
And he does opt to bet here.
$180. into a pot of about 500. About a half pot. That's about 470 pot or so.
So on Twitch here, Michael Horton 76. No idea who that is. Anybody? I don't know if that's a.
I'm not sure.
But he's hitting the nail on the head. I mean, that's the reason why Joe calls, is because there's not that many hands that Jim is going to value shove with.
Which is kind of what you're talking about.
And he has an ace, so the aces up hands, there's not that many of them. So the other two pairs are not aces up.
Zachy not going anywhere with the pocket fives, though.
That's interesting.
Definitely interesting to see here.
The turn card is just such a good barrel card that he knows Ben has to bet it.
And the river breaks, and I think we see Ben give up a lot here now, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
Oh, yeah. Justin's got to have a lot of aces.
Even if he doesn't have an ace, it just shows that Justin
Yeah, he does
obviously isn't
instantly,
giving him
instantly
credit
give
for
up.
the ace.
And a good read by Zachy there to come up with that pot.
Do you think he expects a player like Benzimani is like an aggressive player? Do you think he's expecting him to try to rep an ace on the turn? No.
Yeah.
I would think so. It's still just really hard to call with your 2 fives there, though.
There could be more difficult river cards than.
I mean, there's a flush draw, there's a straight draw, there's actually 2 flush draws. There's just so many bad cards. The deuce of diamonds is one of the best ones for you.
For Zachy.
Yeah.
But it's interesting to call against a player like Zamani, just when you know that he's the kind of player who can apply pressure on future streets. He's going to be aggressive. And on that kind of flop, there's just so many bad cards that can come out in turns and rivers.
If you guys come down to Borgata, get paid for your 4 of a kinds every Wednesday in the poker room at Borgata. You can win up to $500 an hour from noon to 8 p.m. That's right here in the Borgata poker room. You guys play a lot of live cash here at the Borgata?
I play a little bit of live cash here at Borgata once in a while.
Just strictly Hold'em, or do you play ever play any of the mixed games or PLO or anything?
I'm a Hold'em gal.
You're just a Hold'em gal?
I like the PLO here. I'll play Hold'em also. But Hold'em games, I mean, people are getting pretty good at knowing Hold'em.
Debatably so. Yes. No, people are definitely getting better at, the game's getting more figured out, and there's a lot more resources out there who are getting better at, just simply not playing horribly. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, they have a ton of games here, so you can move around, you can play different stakes and Hold'em and PLO and all the mix and stuff. So there's a lot of options. So this is
I like playing some of the mixed games sometimes. Get a little Badoosie in there.
I don't know how to play any of that.
It's just fun to mix it up. We see Jim 3-bet the 6s and get the quick fold from Ben, who is now our short stack with only about 15 big blinds or so. Looks like he's looking to play that stack a little aggressively as he opens the ace through there, but we'll see what he has in store for us. So guys, if you're just joining us, this is the final table of the $2,700 Spring Poker Open main event. Had $1 million guarantee that it surpassed. And these 5 players are playing for $277,000 for first place here.
They've already locked up 61,000?
I believe it's 61 and some change, yeah. Right around there. We unfortunately don't have the payouts right in front of us. Lemke in the cutoff with ace-7. Brian Lemke, we're going to see an open here from him. And it looks like Zachy's thinking about getting creative with the king-7.
Yeah, he's feeling pretty good after those 5s.
You got to feel pretty good calling down with, next to nothing on a scary board and having the best hand.
Yeah, you can just see it in the way he's sitting and moving, and he's feeling pretty good right now.
It's interesting to note that, a lot of players have told me about Zachy. It actually says here, on his sheet that his best live finish is a 3rd place. So he doesn't have any wins, and he has 66 career cashes. A lot of people talk about, the Zachy has made so many big final tables. He's never had a win, and that everyone's rooting for him to have his breakthrough win. You got to think that's in the back of his head a little bit.
For sure.
And that 5's hand has to feel extra good because of that. So here we see Andy come after Lemke again with the queen 10 this time.
And not only was that good for Zacky's stack, but it also hurt Ben a lot.
Absolutely.
They
nearly crippled him.
Yeah.
And Lemke comes back with a 4-bet pretty quickly, actually, to about 800,000. It looks like 7 something.
With 1.9 to start.
Yeah. 2.1 to start, I think. And I would imagine this will win it, yeah. So Lemke definitely not going to be pushed around by Andy any longer now that he's got some chips to work with, now that the short stack is gone.
Still chewing on the sweatshirt.
Still tastes good. Lemke's quite the character. He does have a World Series bracelet to his credit. That's his 2011. I don't believe that's accurate. I think he won that in 2000. I believe that that was in 2009, his bracelet. Do you remember?
No, I think it might have been 2010.
It might have been 10. It definitely wasn't 11. I know that.
11 might be a little.
Yeah. Yeah. Here we are again.
Oh, hey, guys.
Tyler Patterson, Michael Gagliano, and, well, I'm Michael Gagliano. That's Tyler Patterson.
I'm Mike Gagliano.
And Amanda Musumeci.
We got some info here from Twitch that Zachy does have, that he may have some wins before 2008 because most tournaments did not report to Hendon Monk.
Okay, okay.
Before that.
Well, he's still made some really big final tables since 2008 that has unfortunately not come through with wins at. I know he final table day World Series events 2 years ago in 2013, I believe. And I believe finished 3rd place in that one as well.
Yeah, you got a little shot of Steve Brecker walking around the
What a
poker
legend
room.
he is, huh?
Yeah, superstar.
So here's our reset. Andy Spears still our overwhelming chip leader. Jim Gilbert is moving to 2nd. Lemke in 3rd. Justin Zachy still cruising around with about 30 bigs. And Ben Zamani now the short stack with only about 15 big blinds here as they play 250, 500,000. If you're in the Borgata, we got some seats down here if you want to come watch live. If you're relaxing in your room, I think we're on the TVs in the hotel room as well. It was last time, at least.
That's pretty cool.
You can come check it out.
We have our 15K starting up tomorrow, no?
The
Everybody playing that
WPT
here?
Championship
Commentators,
is
you guys
tomorrow.
playing the 15K?
I am playing tomorrow, yes.
I am not playing.
I'm playing tomorrow.
You're playing?
Yeah.
I think it should be
I
a
haven't played very many over
good
10K.
tournament. The only thing I played the 15K last year was the only thing I played that large.
I played it last year as well.
There's a satellite later tonight. You gonna fire? Maybe.
I may. We'll see.
Too tired?
Should I sweat that this final table is over so that I can get there?
It could be blown over very quickly, I think. Yeah. And, like I said, these aggressive guys, man, they see chips flying around. We definitely could see it. We definitely could see a fast final table here. Did Ben shove or did he just raise there? I missed that.
I think it was just a raise. Look, it said 900,000 on the.
Yeah, it looks like Twitch chat is confirming that Lemke's was in 2009. He won the bracelet for 692,000. That's a large score. That is his Lemke's largest score to date.
What bracelet was that?
It was a 5K no limit, non-handed.
I've heard good things about that tournament. I don't
They usually run a
played that
couple.
one.
They usually run. They used to just run 2 full rings, and now they run I think an 8-handed, a 6 max. And
The 5Ks?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
yeah.
I think there's 4 of them, and there's.
There's 4 this year. Wow.
I think there's 4. Yeah,
Wow.
if I'm not mistaken. 6-handed, 8-handed, and.
There's definitely at least 1 9-handed.
And I think there's 2 9-handed. I could be mistaken, but I think there were 4.
Andy looks like he's having fun. It's easy to have fun when you have all those chips in front of you and you know you're feeling good. It's going to be pretty hard for Andy to bust out in 5th, generally in this spot. So now, we talked about a table of, 5 good professionals here. who is the best seat? Is there a best seat? Is it just based on chip stack? Usually you want to be to the left of the aggressive players, so they're not picking on you. But since everyone's kind of aggressive, how are we picking where the best seat is? What do you guys think?
That's a good question.
I mean, I would still kind of go by that same philosophy. Andy with all the chips, and I know he's, he definitely has his hyper lag tendencies. I want to be to the left of him.
Yeah, I like Jim's seat personally. He's kind of got the shorter stacks around him. It's not as much to worry about. You can play a little more straightforward versus them. You're far away from Andy where...
Well, your big blind is Andy's button. That's not great.
No. Oh, your big blind is... Well, now it is, yeah.
Yeah, that's not great.
Oh, actually, no, it always was. Well, that's better than it being the other way around, where your button is his big.
Yeah,
I would think,
maybe.
He's going to be raising my big blind a lot, but that's not as
Yeah,
it's always bad.
Is anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Looks like we're having some issues with the Twitch audio. So if you guys bear with us, they're going to restart the Twitch stream if you're having some audio issues. We're gonna get on that. I love these chip colors that they use for this set. This is one of my favorite tournament sets around the colors. I'm a big chip
I like how
snob.
big they are.
No, these ones aren't big. These are the normal ones.
Oh, really?
Yeah, these are normal size. The oversized ones are the ones we're using in the 6 Max.
Oh, okay.
Gags busting the 6 Max just in time to join us here today for commentary.
I did. It was.
Oh, yeah, you cashed, huh?
I did. It was kind of a sweat.
The Borgata was sweating it.
I think they were.
I think I heard them anti-sweating you.
Yeah, I'm sure they were. I went up to Tab this morning and I was like, I'm in the 6 Max still. He's like, oh, are you? I'm like, yeah. He goes, well, you guys will start to 3. I'm sure you'll lose by then. I said, gee, thanks, Tab.
That's pretty
He had a
good.
lot of faith in me. And sure enough, about 1:30, I was gone, well gone. So I did manage to squeak into the money though.
If you defend the big blind, you just check fold everything that misses on these boards. These like ace high, rainbow.
Who's the big one here? Andy?
Yeah.
I mean, we can have ace highs. Ace high is not always the best board. Ace 9-3 rainbow is definitely not one of the best.
Yeah, that's probably a board I just give up almost every time.
If I had queen jack, I would certainly give up on it. It's funny. I was complaining once, about defending the big blind and just getting ace 2-2 flops all the time, because it's one of the harder flops for you to connect with as being the big blind. Obviously, we'll have some aces in our hand, but a lot of the time we have hands like Andy had there, queen jack and stuff, that we just don't like that board as much, and that board much more heavily favors someone like the pre-flop raiser.
I don't like to reverse float very often, floating from out of position. But
Sure,
those are the
sure.
boards that make sense. Like the ace 9-3 rainbow, you can check call and win the bet later, or win the pot later.
This is true.
I was going to say I'm kind of a float monster, especially when I
Even
know.
out of position, huh?
Yeah, especially just because I feel like, I've played with these guys a lot, and I feel like Jim's obviously is going to be c-betting like a ton,
100% on that board, I think.
and so I don't know. Maybe I use the female thing. I'm like, oh, if I call, they're definitely going to give me credit and slow down on the turn, and then I like talk myself into doing spazzy things.
That's not necessarily spazzy, though. That's
No, but I mean, if they're c-betting with a high frequency, then you should be.
you can win that pot on the turn or river.
Yep.
So Brian Lemke comes in for the raise here with the 8s, and Justin Zaki calls the button with the ace 10 of hearts, and looks like Andy's thinking about making the squeeze with ace 8. We will see. He's been quite aggressive in the spot already, but he opts to lay it down this time.
Wonder why he decides to lay that one down. He thinks Justin's calling range is pretty strong, or he thinks it's too obvious.
Probably a combination. He's been really aggressive. Brian played back at him last time. And yeah, probably there's 2 other players to worry about. We haven't seen him, go too crazy with the types of squeezes. it's more just been heads-up stuff that he's been going after people. Doug Heffernan on Twitter says, I love how you guys talk about $10,000 like it's 10 cents. Amazing. You know, and it's, you know, like Tyler said, it's not that it's 10 cents, but in relation to what these guys are playing for first place and in relation to what they bought into this tournament for, you know, it's not that much money. Obviously, any one of us would rather have $10,000 than not have $10,000, but it's one of these situations where these guys paid $2,700 to get into this tournament. You know, it's just about 3 and 4 times that amount.
And gambling for that pay jump, you know, gambling in spite of that pay jump might end up getting you $270,000. So
this is
you're
true.
not just throwing away the
This is true.
$10,000. You might be risking it for a big pay jump, you know. This is pretty interesting. Zach, he just calls this the 9-7-4 flop
What do you think about that?
with ace 10. I'm not
He's also,
sure what the plan is.
he didn't have a ton of chips.
Wow. So he didn't bet the turn in that spot after calling the flop. I think maybe because he picked up a gut shot.
What's the river? Oh, it's just a 7. Okay. Yeah, they went check on the turn. Then it looks like check on the river.
It seems like a strange call on the flop if you're not going to bluff the turn.
I mean, I guess he just thought he was the best hand.
Yeah.
You know, ace 10 high can definitely be best there sometimes. You know, we saw, you know, Jim c-betting with his king 5s and that type of stuff. Maybe that's what Justin was thinking there. If you guys are watching, I don't know if the audio is working on Twitch or what, but if you guys are having issues, reload the page and it should work.
So this new festival park is going up outside. Have you guys seen the construction out there?
I actually have not, but
Wow.
it looks quite cool. So where's this going to be? This is going to be right outside in between the buildings, right?
Yeah, I think it's kind of out here, out back of the poker room. That exit about
Look
back
at these,
there. There's
look at these
construction going
bands
on.
coming up. The
Ooh.
That's a pretty big
Killers,
lineup.
Megan Trainor, 311, Darius Rucker.
Willie Nelson. He's still going, huh?
311
guess
hits
so.
home for
Let's
me.
go, Willie.
I didn't know 311 was still going. That's surprising.
Come
I feel
original.
like Willie Nelson still going is a bit more impressive than 311.
I don't know. It's
Most of the
pretty-
90s bands are gone. The 311 ilk, so.
I'll tell you, man, back in the 90s, if you had to tell me one band that was going to still be here in 2015, they would have not been my first pick.
No, they wouldn't have been there. Hootie, though.
This is true. That should be cool, though. So I guess that stuff is coming up in the summer.
Yeah, I've only seen the mock-ups like there, but it looks pretty cool having a little outdoor festival park.
How's it coming along? Is the construction close to being done, do you know? Or
No, it's not. There's a bunch of stuff
are they
going
going to make it?
to? I don't know.
They'll make it. They'll
I'm
make
sure
it.
They'll make it.
Zaki takes it down with the queen 10. I like checking out the different attire that everyone's wearing. You know, Lemke and Jim, both of the sweatshirts that they pull around the side of their head. Zaki going with the baseball hat. Everyone goes to something a little different. Everyone's got their classic poker look.
Yeah,
stick
Zaki's
to.
always wearing the Tampa Bay sports gear, kind of like Affleck with his Seattle sports gear.
Yep.
Zacky's one of the hat and shoes guys.
What, does he not wear shoes?
Hat and
No, they
shoes?
just always have like the newest and coolest and most colorful.
Oh, I thought you meant he always wears
Hat
shoes. I was going to
shoes
ask if you
come.
don't wear
No.
shoes or what's going on there. And the ever popular NWO shirt.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. All the different poker crews out there.
Zaki is part of that crew. Enough is enough.
Those are funny memes.
Yeah, so it looks like our Twitch stream is back up, and hopefully the audio issues have been fixed, guys. Sorry about
good
that.
Stuff.
So Andy opens the king 7 on the cutoff, and Ben is quickly all in with ace 4 off, which is a little surprising.
Is it?
Although
I mean, against Andy's
we've seen
open.
Andy opening a lot, and you know it's going to be hard pressed for him to find the call when he has a lot of those weekends in his range.
And again, short-handed, you're going to need to find spots like this against Andy. I think this is a fine spot to take.
Yeah, I don't pass that one up very
He
often.
only had 700K. He picks up 200, so And he's doing it in a spot where obviously Andy should be folding a good amount. Although
And it's a good hand to have. I mean, you're blocking some hands, having the ace. You got the wheel draw. I think it's a good hand to do it with.
If you guys play a minimum of 50 live action hours in April, you earn bonus comp dollars. Let's see. I don't know how many bonus comp dollars you earn, but come check it out. 50 hours is, you can get that done in, well, some of these guys, you get that done in 2 sessions.
I've almost done it in 1 before.
That is insanity. I would guess that's the longest session you've ever played?
Yeah, 44, I think, maybe.
Same game?
Yeah, same game, yeah. Up in Seattle, the Tulalip Casino where I used to play all the time. I mean, I still play when I'm around. We only get the big games going 2 or 3 days a week, so if you want to play them, you just kind of...
You got to just stay in it.
You just got to stay in the game.
You got to sit there.
Sometimes it's too good, you can't go.
Wow. What's the longest you've ever played, Amanda?
I mean, in what, cash game?
And his longest poker session. Live, online, anything.
Oh, man, I don't know. I mean, I've been mostly a tournament grinder for a while. I haven't really done a whole lot of cash, so I guess my longest session would have been in the online poker days. Maybe
Play some of those W coops.
16, 17 hours.
Go deep into the morning. I remember playing a W coop that, I probably started playing around 1 p.m. that day, and I played until, about 8, 9 a.m. the next morning. So however many hours that is.
I think the multi-day.
About 20 hours probably.
The multi-day live tournaments, I think, are more of a strain than just one long day.
I can see that, yeah.
I've gotten deep in the WSOP main event, and that was like almost 7 full days of play for me, brags. But that was probably more exhausting than any online session I've ever had.
Wrencham on Twitch says stream's working fine. He's watching from Northern Europe. It's great to see viewers from all over the world checking in. What we're doing over here at the Borgata. If you're ever over here in America, great casino. Come check it out.
So they're not passing up any spots. Andy opens and Jim 3-bets with ace-7 off, which is pretty normal, but it's ambitious and aggressive.
Andy finds the call, and he's going to like this flop. Top pair plus the straight draw. Now, if you're Jim, you got the gut shot. Are we still continuing here?
That board hits guys who are defending out of position 3-bets. A little too strong. I probably don't.
So we just check back and try to hit our straight draw, you think?
Yeah, usually.
Yeah, that's what Jim's going to do here, and I think it's a fine play. He makes a pair, which has got to feel a little good. If Andy's got a small pocket pair, you beat some of those now.
Andy, because he's opening so wide, he's going to have to defend some 3-bets a little wider. So calling even under the gun out of position with the King Jack makes some sense.
You surprised Andy didn't bet this turn?
Yeah, I mean I'm sure he has a good reason for checking there.
Would you think Jim would check, big hands here sometimes? Or do you think he always just bets them on the flop?
I would think he probably bets most on the flop, no?
I would think probably.
So. And I don't know, the check back could look kind of like showdown value-y. So I think if I'm Andy, I'd probably just bet here and try to get value out of my hand.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Jim with something like a set, I'm kind of, you don't want a lot of those straight cards peeling off that complete those straights. So I would expect most players to.
I don't think Andy is checking that turn to be safe or careful. I think he's doing it to get value out of bluffs. He gets more value out of bluffs than value out of paired hands.
Yeah, that makes sense. Interesting river here. Jim makes 2 pair and Andy makes the straight. Now the question becomes, what does Jim do? Does he bet? Or does he just take showdown here? We've had a couple of really interesting river spots where, yeah, Andy does just take the showdown, and he's not going to be happy to see that one.
I like going for thin value, but in that spot, I don't know how you're going to get it. I think it's probably best to be checking back with the ace-7.
We've had a few really interesting spots where, guys make these good hands on the river or on the turn, but they're just not, like, that good, and they're, still kind of these awkward, tough-to-play spots. So definitely good to see. And with that, Andy just adds to his chip lead. Bigger and bigger. So players talking in the chat here a bit about kind of how long some of their sessions were. We got a couple players. We got in Artel played 2 36-hour session with only a 5-hour break. That is impressive.
Wow.
I certainly would not be doing that. Lanny Poker is talking about how late some tournaments play. Amanda was talking about how long she played in some of the WSP main days in a row. Some of the tournaments here sometimes go really late. Some of the bigger, opening events and that type of stuff.
Or even the one-day events. My gosh, some of those one-day events.
I played till 7:45 in one once.
Goes
Yeah.
7, 8, 9 a.m. Almost 24.
How do you feel about that? Do you think that if you're in a one-day event that was supposed to be one day and they happen to get a big turnout and you're getting deep and it gets to 3, 4 o'clock, do you want to finish, or would you rather just say, hey, let's come back tomorrow?
Usually I like to try to go ahead and finish. Usually in these one-day events, they're typically smaller buy-ins. At least from what I've experienced here at Borgata, those are the ones that tend to run pretty late, like the $200 to $300 buy-ins. And so you get more like recreational guys. They tend to be a bit like maybe twice my age. They get a little more tired a little earlier than I do, and so.
So you want to play because you feel like you have more of an edge.
I have a late night edge.
Sure.
My attention span, my momentum won't slow down quite as much, I feel like, at my age than some of the others. So it's kind of a stamina race at that point. So for that reason, yeah, I think I like to play it out.
I think it's a tough spot, because if as someone who's running a tournament, if you advertise it's going to be one day, maybe some people don't have 2 days off of work and that type of thing. You talk about recreational players, people don't always have 2-3 days to spend in a tournament. But you're right, people do get tired, and there's something to say about, well, hey, let's just come back and finish when everyone's rested. Everyone can make better decisions, and I'm sure you can make better decisions on a good night's rest as well.
I like playing the long sessions too. I mean, it's a cash background thing.
Sure.
I think that if everybody's on a B game, that's probably a bigger edge for me than everybody's A game.
Definitely.
Mine.
So we see Brian Lemke 3-bet and take that last pot down.
Again with the ace-8, they're not shying away with these middling aces.
Yeah, those are the hands that they seem to pick for the 3-bets. So the players are going to go on a break, and so are we. So we will be back in about 15 minutes, and we'll be back with some more action. 5-handed here in the Borgata $1 Million Guaranteed Spring Poker Open Championship event.
Lounging by the sea and lining up 5 sevens. Now that's a win. Showing off your new garden tool and raking in on 00. Now that's a win. Swinging to some classic rock and standing on 20. Now that's a win. Do what you love and get the thrill of Borgata anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online, poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up now. Stretching your hammies and splitting aces. Now that's a win. Toasting the perfect marshmallow and turning up 5 cherries. Now that's a win. Waiting for a nibble and setting a trap with pocket kings. Now that's a win. Do what you love and get the thrill of Borgata anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online, poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up now. Loving up on the Puglets and looking down on 4 kings. Now that's a win. Showing off your soft top and shoving in on a straight flush. Now that's a win. Manning the tongs and taking down a hot tournament. Now that's a win. Do what you love and get the thrill of Borgata anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online, poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Borgata $2,700 championship event. I am Michael Gagliano. Alongside me, Amanda Musumeci and Tyler Patterson. And we are back in action. If you guys are just joining us, blinds have gone up to 30,000, 60,000. Andy, who has just open shoved blind versus blind. Actually, we're going to have a big pot here. So Andy open shoves blind versus blind. He's effectively just putting Ben all in. Ben is the short stack with only about 15 big blinds.
Yeah.
And Ben's going to make the call with 2 jacks. We're obviously very happy to see 2 jacks here. And
I think this one kind of played itself.
yeah, Ben's tournament life will be at stake. Now that's going to just about do it. Ace-ace or 8-8. And I think that'll just... Whoa, there's one. Everyone chuckles. But 4 jacks will do it for Ben.
It's just so easy.
If he was in the Borgata poker room, would he win some cash for making 4 of a kind today?
I think he would have made a high hand, yeah. That's definitely a good point there you make, Tyler. If that was the high hand, it's possible that there's a higher hand.
Hey, there we are.
Than the 4 of a kind.
It's a good looking group.
We are a great looking group. I agree. We got our comfy couch.
Thanks, Amanda.
Yeah, we got the brains and the looks. We know who's who.
So Ben, who was the short stack, will double up. I believe he's still going to be the shortest stack. And even though Andy lost almost 1 million chips there, he's still going to be our chip leader. With about 35% of the chips in play here.
Ben had how many blinds then?
He about 15, about 900,000.
Okay, before he jammed, yeah.
Yeah. So that was...
Some warranted is raising and calling off with that kind of hand too, just so you can get like the worst part of Ben's range in there.
You think his hand is almost too good to be all in with there?
It was blind versus blind?
Yeah.
I mean, I just think, why not give him a chance to get the worst part of their range in?
Yeah, that's definitely something to consider.
Especially when you're in Andy's seat with so many chips. It's
as many chips as
you can
as he
afford.
has.
Yeah, you can afford a little bit more of like a, I guess, marginal. If you wanna call it, spot.
Sure. Something a little thinner where you might lose sometimes.
Right, like where if you're jamming and they're just gonna fold like a king 9 suited or king 10 suited, where if you just raise, maybe they just jam.
I think it's probably better for you if they fold the king 9 suited, actually, though.
You do?
I think so. Yeah.
As a big stack, I think Amanda's got a good point. I'm like, maybe you don't care so much.
Yeah.
Because he's like we said, he lost 1 million chips. He's still chip leader. And he gives Ben a chance to make more mistakes.
And I think against better players, you should be willing to take thinner spots just because they're better players.
Yeah, that's a really good
Try
point.
to get rid of them.
Yeah, I'm not sure, honestly. Both plays definitely have plenty of merit. Yeah. This is okay, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Ripper gonna rip asks, what's more plus EV, the potato wedges or mashed potatoes?
Yeah, there was a lot of conversation about random food stuff.
Well, what do you guys prefer? Do you prefer mashed potatoes or potato wedges?
It's going to depend on the main course for me.
Oh, I see.
I'm like a sandwich with fries kind of gal, but if you give me like some turkey, then I'm going to need some mashed potatoes.
I see.
Tough spot.
I think it's, I don't know, for me it's almost always the mashed potatoes.
Really?
I think so, yeah.
I think that's good though.
I'm going to go wedges, but I don't really like answering this dumb question.
I'm like 70-30 mashed potatoes, so.
See more of a mixed strategy here. I see. So we got some action here.
Matches GTO.
Justin Zaki opens the button off of only about, less than 20 bigs, about 18, 19 bigs here. Ben calls out of the small one with the 8-7, and then Jim squeezes to 210 with the ace-8. The raise was to 60, I believe.
High level.
Wait. Did Zaki just limp? I think Zaki actually just limped and didn't open.
Yeah, that's correct. That actually kind of makes more sense with this action.
Yeah, it
These
does.
guys are not deep enough to be raise, call, squeeze.
And where did he limp from?
He moved the button. Or cut off, I'm sorry.
Okay, I see cut off, yep. And he started the hand here with about 20 big blinds.
What do you think about Justin's limp here?
It's interesting. I mean, I don't hate it. I really like to see a flop with that hand. Don't really want to just jam it, or, I mean, if you open, you're going to have to fold if you get raised.
The limping strategy is something I see like coming in again more and more. It's still not one that I completely grasp, but I have respect for players who can implement it and, you know, actually make something of it. I'm not really certain with 20 big blinds if this would be my strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the merits. You know, Zachy doesn't want to open and then get shoved on. But at the same time, you know, you have aggressive players anyway that are still going to ISO you like Jim is doing here. And it still makes your life kind of tough. So Zachy finds the call, and it's probably just going to be getting in on this flop, I'd imagine. I'm not sure if Jim's going to bet or check, but with Justin Zachy's hands here, I don't think he's going anywhere.
And if I would imagine Zachy's just going to shove.
I think he's going to shove.
I
too.
think I would think so.
And then it's going to put James in a spot because it is a draw-heavy flop here, so he very well may, with all right, think that second pair is good and make the call. But let's see what happens here. I don't want to be too presumptuous.
I would imagine he calls too, yeah. I don't think he's...
He could find a fold.
He's
I mean,
a solid player, but...
medium-sized Broadway stuff is definitely in a limping calling range, like the jacks. Like every jack, you know, from 9 jack up is in that range.
Sure, sure. The jack definitely hits that range. Looks like Zachy's just cutting out a call here.
Wow.
Yeah, he's just going to call.
And on his stack, it's...
I'm quite confused if I'm Jim and not too happy about the
Yeah.
situation now.
Maybe Zachy thinks the hands that that he's going to get to fold, he can get to fold later on this in the hand anyway.
Definitely possible. You know, with less than pot behind, though, I'd be afraid if I don't hit this turn, he's going to go all in, and I'm going to be in a tough spot and probably just not be able to call. Obviously, a great card for Zachy as he makes straight. And it'd be interesting to see how Jim plays this now.
Yeah, that's a tough spot for Jim now. It's a bad card.
Thinking every move over all of his options.
It's pretty hard to range people who limp. I
on
mean,
that stack,
When you
too.
haven't seen it, too, yeah.
Yeah.
And Justin's not really known for getting super out of line.
No, I wouldn't think so. Especially not with his stack size, just in general. So now we have the nuts. What are we doing here? We just pushing all in? Are we getting tricky? What do you think?
I usually like to just bet when I have a hand, but when your stack is already, like the size of the pot and your stack are close to the same, like you can do it on this street or the next street. I don't really mind checking here. If you think it's gonna, if you think another card coming is more likely to help Jim's hand rather than scare him.
Right, I think it just depends how you range Jim here.
Yeah.
If you think he has a hand like he has, then just check.
So Zachy puts a really small bet out there.
This is really interesting. Yeah.
What would it, 230 I think is what it was? Yeah, 235 into about 850, so about 25% of the pot. Think it was too small? You think you should go bigger?
His sizing?
Yeah.
I don't think I ever get to this street this way with these stacks, and I don't think
You said you would have just shoved the flop, right?
yeah.
Tough call for Jim here. I don't think he's going to be able to make it.
It's getting a pretty good price.
He is, but, I mean,
What's his plan?
you said, like,
Yeah.
Is he calling and calling again? I
When-
mean, if he calls and then it's going to be, what, 500K if Justin jams the river?
Yeah.
It's going to be like 30% of the pot. I mean,
really tough to call with bottom pair there, too.
Wow.
So he's going to call, and, I mean, I don't blame him too much here because, like you said, he is getting a good price.
It does. I mean, just everything about that board hits the limp and calling range, I think. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what the limp call range is, but
I would think
I would
it's...
put it on exactly
I
that
would
board.
I would think it's these types of cards too. 3 pairs the board on the river, and I don't think that really changes too much. I think both players are pretty aware that the other person doesn't have a 3 really ever here.
but with Jim calling on the turn and the board pairing on the river, it's a non-diamond board pair. Guessing, obviously, Justin jams, and with this kind of river, if James really thought that he was good on the turn, be interesting to see if he somehow finds a fold down this kind of river.
I think he finds a fold. I'd be surprised if he calls here. I know some draws miss, but there's just too many hands that Zacky's going to have here, I would think. That just beat us.
I imagine Zachy.
Maybe he's
bluffing from
maybe he's putting him on 2 diamonds.
Right.
Maybe he's just thinking, oh, maybe he's got 2 low diamonds, and I might be good here. And did he? I think Jim. Oh no, he didn't fold. I'm sorry, that was the dealer button. I saw it got thrown across the table.
But with that thought, Tyler, then why is he calling the turn?
I don't like calling the turn at all.
I don't like the.
I just was trying to come up with a reason why he did.
Right, but given that he did, you'd have to think his logic probably doesn't match what you're thinking here. So I just. If he thought, again, I think he calls a turn not thinking he's behind. He's not. I don't think he's calling the turn trying to suck out. I think he calls a turn thinking he has the best hand.
Yeah, Jim looks definitely confused here. I think the limp pre confused him. I think flop call confused him. I think everything about this is just out of the realm of comfort for Jim here.
But as you said, yeah, the 500K into 1.3, just you wouldn't think he'd be bluffing.
Right.
At this point.
It's all of his chips too.
It is.
It's a big bluff. It's a big bluff if he's running one. Really, Jim just got to be thinking about those diamonds and how those diamonds missed. 7-6 of diamonds, King 10 of diamonds, those types of hands that, Yeah,
I mean, limp calling. I think people limp suited hands probably a lot more than anything else. So flushes make a little more sense.
You got questions, you got comments, you can come to Twitter, tweet at us, use the Borgata Poker Live hashtag, and we'd be happy to answer them. Jim shaking his head a bit.
He's a bit stumped, yeah. And talk himself into the call.
I mean, it is just if you have some reason to believe that he doesn't have it for some reason, it's I can't really come up with too many. Like you're talking about with the diamonds, maybe. It is a good price. That's why he called a turn and is thinking about calling the river. I think it's just
because of how often he has to be right.
Yeah, you don't, like someone says here on Twitch, he only has to be right 22% of the time, which
there you go.
It doesn't seem like he would be, in my opinion, but I mean, I'm looking at the cards, I guess.
Jim really in the tank for a while here. It's been at least a couple of minutes already since he's been thinking this one over.
I mean, talking and laughing and smiling like he is, like it's definitely a weird pot. It's not a normal line. I mean, I like the idea of playing more streets when you have a 20 big blind stack or less than 20 big blinds like Justin did.
By limping, yeah.
Yeah. I like that concept, but I think you're giving up a lot by trying it. I mean, just winning the, 2.5 big blinds that you win from winning the pot pre-flop is worth so much.
Here, Jim said he's going to hate himself one way or the other, whether he calls and is wrong or folds and is wrong and calls, and he's going to find out later what Zachy has here.
He only has to take another 3 minutes and he can see it live. Maybe that's not true, but this has taken a long time.
And he folds.
I think that's the correct fold. I'd be hard-pressed to think that Zachy has that many bluffs there.
I agree.
So Jim makes the Payne's correct fold. Twitch chat saying, yeah, King 9 of diamonds, King 10 of diamonds, that type of stuff. I think those are the types of hands that Zachy may get there with.
Yeah, those are pretty specific. I think there's other things he can have.
Yeah, I'm definitely surprised that Zachy didn't just shove the flop.
Me too.
When you limp call there and you flop that much equity, I would generally think those are the types of hands you just go with.
And you're looking for that kind of spot when you're, I guess, when you're limp calling with those kinds of hands, especially on that kind of stack size. It's just around 20 big blinds. It is kind of interesting to see him take it all 3 streets.
Well, see, Jack is definitely not folding on that flop. The Jack is definitely not folding in that spot, and maybe he thinks an 8 or worse, he can get to fold on a later street anyway.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. You know, like I said, I would just generally think if he's looking for, you know, I guess the only thing I would be thinking is if Jim is betting into me, maybe he's just not folding, you know, so he's waiting for some sort of, like you said, future street where he's going to see Jim slow down like he did, where he can jump on it.
I mean, you see Jim raise pre-flop. I would expect him to be
Having pretty good hands.
I'd expect him to be not only that, but I'd expect him to aggress post flop. I'd expect him to c-bet.
Right.
So we see Andy's still the big chip leader here. Stacks have reset a bit, but you know, no one too short. I think this is the stretch where we're going to just see some, you know, a lot of small pop poker and chips going back and forth slowly.
I think that's all the more reason for Zaki to jam the flop too. You just know he's c-betting a ton there after he aggresses pre-flop. You can just take it down right there, and then with the.
It makes the hand easier to play for sure.
I definitely like it better too. I just am trying to get inside their heads,
right.
like, trying to figure out why he did it the way he did.
You can semi-bluff, get it in when you still have equity, and when they should be folding a decent amount.
So Ben's going to open the 7-6 diamonds, and Zaki calls out of the big with Jack 5 of clubs.
Do you guys defend that wide in the big blind in these spots?
I mean, maybe remember last time when, you know, they played this pot and Ben had the Jack 4 off, I think. So
right.
maybe Justin's thinking that, you know, Ben's just raising really a lot of hands and can get away with this. I mean, it's you know, it's suited hands. You maybe can hit some stuff. I don't know if it's you know, the best hands in the world. And there you go. There's some stuff happened.
This hand is so good. See?
Great commentary, guys.
Great hand, yeah. I mean, you make straight.
Once in a while you can hit, and there you go. It's
some
just
stuff. Hey, look,
this
there's
is such an easy game.
And they just check it down, and Ben doesn't even take a
both.
stab at it, and that straight's gonna win it.
So good.
I think it's me. So small pot for Zaki, but those are still the ones that you like to win, keep your momentum going.
They're all having a good time now. It's pretty.
Yeah, I mean, like we said,
fun final table.
5-6 professionals, and yeah, most of these guys are at least pretty familiar with each other from playing various events over the course of these series here at Borgata and elsewhere on the East Coast.
Oh yeah, there's on the screen there. Zaki's a WPT wants to watch. That's pretty cool.
That's for this season, right? Season 13,
so.
Yeah.
About time, huh? He's been around long enough. It's an interesting mix of players who've been playing for a long time and some new ones in this season's ones to watch.
Yeah, I think they generally do a good job picking a mix of players for that. You know, some players that people haven't heard of, and some players that people have heard of. So we see Justin limps the small one here with the Jack 10, and Andy's actually going to ISO raise the 10-5 off, which, you know, not too surprising. We've seen Andy get very aggressive, but I'm a little surprised to see him attack this limp. You know, he saw Justin limp a couple hands earlier and continue with the hand and not just give up right away. So I'm surprised he chose 10-5 to do it with here. Let's see how Justin responds. If you're Justin and you limp Jack 10, is this a hand you're just giving up like this, or do you think you would see a flop here?
It's a tough one. You're playing out of position with that size stack is so tough.
That's sort of, you know, don't you invite that a little bit when you limp?
Yeah.
Especially against a player like Andy.
So you're saying you'd rather just raise with the hand like that if you were Justin?
I probably would. But I mean, if Andy's 3-betting with a frequency that you might think he would, then you're going to end up raise folding a lot, which is not great.
And I would imagine that's exactly what he's thinking, since Andy's been so aggressive in 3-betting. Jim with the ever pretty Queen Jack of Hearts going to open it up. I like how Andy just thinks everything over before he makes a fold. Just takes that extra second to think it through on whether he wants to make a 3-bet or not.
Yeah, nothing happens automatically in this group. Wow, we're advertising for the Mayweather Pacquiao
come
fight.
check the fight out. I guess you can watch it live at the Music Box here at Borgata. $30 gets you your first drink included. And you can buy tickets at Borgata.com or at the box office.
You guys betting this fight?
May 2nd. No, I am not. I didn't know I'm not. I don't think I even knew about it until yesterday, actually.
You didn't know about this fight?
No, I don't think I did.
You haven't been sweating this?
No, I have not been. I heard they were maybe going to do it, or so I saw that somewhere, like, oh, they're going to do it.
That was 10 years ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, then I saw that 10 years ago, and I didn't know it was actually happening, now.
They've been talking about it for at least 5 years. And they should have done it 10 years ago when they were 26 and 27. Now they're 36 and 37.
Are they still? They're both still good though. They both still.
Yeah, they're
fight and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't
know that much about it.
I don't follow boxing at all. Like, I can't even tell you. I can't even name. I guess I can, Pacquiao or Mayweather and Pacquiao. I can name those two guys, but that's. I didn't even know their first names. Floyd Mayweather. I know Floyd Mayweather.
Last time we did this, I think
Manny?
you said you didn't know
Manny?
who was going to be in the Super Bowl, so I think...
No, I think I figured it out, didn't I?
Something like that, I don't know.
I can't tell you who it was. I can't tell you who won either, actually. Let me think for a second.
Nah, it's okay. We don't need to think about that again. The Seahawks lost.
See, I was going to say, I knew the Seahawks were there because I know you're a Seahawks fan. But I don't know who they lost to. I just don't know.
Have you heard of Tom Brady?
The Patriots. The Patriots won again?
Nice
Jeez.
job.
They won a
back
lot.
to poker. We're done with this sports commentary stuff.
Okay, here we go. We got a pot going anyway here. So Brian Lemke opens. Zachy calls with 2 sevens, and there he is. Andy finds the 3-bet with a bit of a better hand this time. Still on the lighter side, but definitely a playable hand. Now, if you're Brian here, is there anything we can do with our 8-6? Can we ever call here? Do we have to put in a 4th bet if we're going to play the hand, or do we just always fold?
I think a 4-bet's in order, but I'm looking at the cards, of course. I mean, it's a good squeeze spot for Andy, so it's not that great. If it's under the gun 1, so those guys have pretty strong ranges, so it's not a spot where Andy should be out of line too often, but we know he's going to be.
It's Andy.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just been so massively aggressive. I just feel like shoving almost any hand at this point is hard for it to be bad.
How much does Lemke have?
Lemke had about 2.5,
yeah,
I believe.
2.5.
That's a little big to be shoving.
In Justin's spot, though, I think he could. It's going to be hard for me to fold 7s in this spot, personally.
Yeah, and a lot of times
doing?
the flat back raise does look like a medium pair type of hand, but I think in this case, he easily could have been flatting huge.
I mean, I also just think that, we literally can just turn our hand face up and just go all in and show Andy and say, hey, this is what we have, and if you got a hand to call me, go for it. because he's just light so often. You know, it's a little easier for us to see, you know, looking at the cards every single hand, though.
I mean, they're short-handed.
Tweet us your thoughts, guys. If you have questions about a hand, comments on the Borgata, what's going on at this table, anything in general, tweet us at, use the hashtag BorgataPokerLive, and we'd be happy to respond.
Just with them being short-handed and Justin having about like 30 bigs, like these stacks are great stacks for him to be applying pressure with, like, you know, squeezing or 3-bets. So
Absolutely.
if I had 30 big blinds, or like between 20 and 30 big blinds, and this aggressive guy Andy is 3-betting or squeezing so often, I'm just going to find it really difficult. I'm going to think he's like leveraging my stack and just probably put it in.
And I think he might even be able to get some folds from hands that Andy would do this with for value, like Ace Jack, maybe even Ace Queen, because he can have probably not Ace Queen, but he can. Zacky's line is very credible to a big hand here if he just rips it. I mean, he flatting an under the gun razor. Zacky would do that with aces and kings a lot of the time, I think.
Something about the way he's carrying himself right now, I don't feel like he has that Zacky's looking super strong, so I'm not sure.
He's a little nervous, I feel like, this whole final table.
Looks like he's really actually thinking, instead of just like the faux thinking.
Fake.
Yeah, I don't think Andy's finding many folds with hands like Ace Jack and stuff here.
But I think that could be different if Justin maybe carried himself a bit differently, or maybe didn't take quite so long.
Yeah.
But it looks like he is thinking pretty hard about it, and it doesn't look like he's joking around. He looks serious. Don't cry, Justin.
I just don't, like, this is just not, I mean, I don't really love calling and then back shoving here, just in general, but I just would be hard pressed to find a fold with this type of hand here when.
At the same time, 30 big blinds is kind of a lot.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot, but
30
Andy's
big
just been
blinds in with
so
sevens.
active, like,
Yeah.
and he has so many chips that, you know, it just, like I said, I think we can just literally show him
Look
his
at
our
that.
hand.
I mean, he basically did. He like grabbed his cards to fold. If he shoves now,
No.
he hated that one.
And I mean, just the aggression takes it down again. You know, those of you watching at home, man, we're going to have some aggressive players after this final table.
He
Andy's going
hated
to be
that one.
responsible for a lot of folks putting in some 3-bets.
He has every right to hate that one. I'd be angry too.
I believe they play one more level before a break, right? I'm not too sure.
Hey, there's our name in the lights.
There we are.
Now it's gone.
If you're just joining us again, this is the Borgata $2,700 championship event, final table, Spring Poker Open. I am Michael Gagliano. Alongside me, Amanda Musumeci and Tyler Patterson. These guys are playing for a $277,000 first place prize. With 5 players remaining, I believe they're all guaranteed about $61,000. And like we said, $277 for the winner, plus the Borgata Spring Poker Open trophy. Special thanks to our sponsor, Rymax, for bringing us this live stream today. You see some of their banners in the background. Right behind Ben, there's a nice shot of them.
With this tough of a table, those close spots, I definitely like to err on the side of gambling. So if I'm in Justin's spot there, I'm not passing that 7 spot up. It's just you're not. If it was a softer table, you might find some good spots, so you don't want to risk your 30 big blinds. But when everyone's a professional and super tough,
You got to take those more marginal spots. Absolutely, I agree with that.
If you're at a softer table, you're probably not getting 3-bet with the frequency that
good point.
Andy's 3-betting too. So Jim's going to put in the 3 with Ace Queen here versus Justin's open. And I generally like this. Ace Queen's obviously quite a strong hand here, 5-handed.
It's also good because, you know, I mean, you should be 3-betting, but just because Justin can also be, maybe he's a little bit tilted. You know, he took a long time to think out last hand. He obviously had to make a fold that he was questioning was right or wrong. I don't think anyone at this table was thinking that Justin was just Hollywooding last hand.
Sure.
So maybe James could also think he's a bit frustrated here. And with 30 big blinds for both them, approximately, definitely a good spot to try to 3-bet and try to get it in with Justin.
And I probably wouldn't have shoved with Justin's hand, like the 4-bet there. But
Ace-3 suited.
Well, ace-3 suited on its own in that spot is the hand that I want to do it with usually. Like it's the suited wheel aces is the good one to mix in, you know, for if you need some light 4-bets, that's a good hand to mix in. But just the fact that you might be steaming, it looks like you might be tilted from that last hand, you might get a little bit lighter calls than usual.
So short stacks again, Ben and Zachy both about just over 25 bigs. Not really that short. Still have some room to play. And here's again a look at what they're playing for. 62,000 for fifth, all the way up to the winner. Just shy of $277,000. Great event here at the Borgata, and you get a shot at our poker marketing team standing right in the middle of the room there, having a conversation about how things are going.
They've been pretty great helping us out with all this stuff.
Yeah, they do a great job. I mean, I think they do a great job with the stream, and the graphics look good, and they take care of us and back here, and just do a good job getting it out there for everyone. What's the buy-in for the tournament? The tournament was a $2,700 event. And like we said, they're playing for $277,000 the first year.
And this is the main event of this Borgata Spring Open Series. We do have the World Poker Tour Championship coming up tomorrow. Is it tomorrow?
It is tomorrow.
Yep, WPT Championship is tomorrow, the $15,000 buy-in.
So, but that's kind of a separate deal. This is actually the main event of the series.
For the Borgata Spring Open, right?
Yeah.
And then WPT, they visit Borgata here a lot now.
Yeah, they have 3 now
Throughout
every year.
the year, yep. That's great.
September, February, and now the championship as well. Championship brings in some big names from poker, all from all over the world.
The biggest, yeah. They'll all be here.
A lot of Europeans fly in and stuff that you don't always get for some of the smaller WPTs.
Could be a fun one to spectate.
There's a WPT party tomorrow night also.
It's tomorrow night, really?
I think so, yeah.
That's interesting. Interesting they do it before day 2. So Jim's going to open ace-8 in the cutoff. Looks standard enough. He's got the chips to do it. I don't see why he shouldn't. Although he's got open Andy's big, which has not been an easy one to take down for anyone at this table.
Got a suited queen. Where's he going?
I don't think he's going anywhere. Not with
Where's he going?
5.4 million. He's not. So let's see the flop. It's a good one for Jim and not much for Andy. I'd imagine we would just see Andy check fold on this flop and not much else action. I don't think Andy's going to get too super creative when he flops this poorly. But you never know. Andy's put some money in, been aggressive and put in some few spots, so it wouldn't surprise me to see some check raises here.
There's no guarantee that Jim bets this flop.
That's true. That's a good point. What do you like if you're in Jim's spot?
I'm always c-betting just because I would if I didn't have the ace.
Sure.
And because it's rainbow, you're not going to see a lot of check raises. You're not going to have to deal with check raise bluffs.
Even if he checks the flop, it just looks like showdown value-y still.
Right.
And Andy's pretty self-aware, I think. So knowing he's an aggressive player, even if Jim did check back with showdown value, it's like even if an aggressive player tries to barrel off on turn and river, I think he knows that he's image conscious enough to know that James may just very well call down with whatever showdown value he checked the flop back with.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
So
I don't think it really induces much bluffs.
I don't think so either. So I think I just go ahead and c-bet the flop and maybe get a float out of him. If he does call the flop, maybe I'd consider checking back turns to maybe get some more value on the river.
Well, since he checked twice, he actually did induce Andy to bluff.
He checked back twice, and Andy led the river?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think,
That's-
you know,
Second
that's-
check back definitely got it.
It's a good way, too.
Amanda,
We'll
what
take
you
that.
said, you know, about Andy having, or Jim having showdown value, Andy picked up on that and he's like, well, I guess my queen high's no good. Better try to take it down.
That's kind of a weird. I mean, I guess he's getting
If you think you have showdown value,
pairs less than 10 to fold.
yeah, if he thinks that Jim had showdown value, I'm curious why he would bet the queen high. I mean, it's not likely Jim's going to fold then after 2 checks and then that river.
Yeah, there weren't
It's
really
just not
showdown hands that could fold at that point.
only one bet from like an aggressive player who obviously the only way he could win the hand if he has nothing is to bet.
You know, what if you're Jim with the hand like pocket fives or something? You
Yeah,
still
that's
think
it.
he finds a call there?
I mean,
Maybe.
if there's any player to find a call against it with, I think it would be Andy's player type. So
I might not call with fives in that spot, but that's a pretty small range of hands to be bluffing. You're bluffing them out of just 3s to 9s, and that's it.
Do you think there's just too many aces that he may have?
Well, or a jack or
Or a 10.
or a
Yeah.
kings and queens or.
Small loss for Andy, though.
Yeah.
When you have that many chips, it's definitely
just couldn't help
something that-
himself, had to take one shot.
Yeah, exactly.
Zach, you take that one down pre-flop? Okay, good.
But did Ben just folded ace-9 under the big there? That's very surprising to see.
what happened?
Zachy opened the button, and Ben just folded ace-9 out of the big.
Wow, I didn't even catch that.
Pretty surprised to see that.
Yeah.
That seems like a very good hand versus the
Are
button
you
open.
sure that's what happened? Is that right?
I just saw the graphic. I mean, maybe it's possible I misread it, but
Oh, yeah. Someone on Twitch saying the same thing. That is pretty surprising.
yeah, not something I would expect to see at all. Especially, not especially from for someone like Ben, who I know likes to get aggressive.
How much does he have?
I mean, he's got like 25
A
bigs or
shove
so.
stack. Oh,
You know,
It is a weird-
even shoving there is probably not so bad. Well, maybe if he had less, he could shove.
yeah.
So Jim in the big one has a decision now. Is this a hand that you'd like to 3-bet with here, or would you rather just call here?
Well, I probably call most of the time, but it's just because I don't want to have to deal with Andy getting crazy aggressive.
Sure.
Yeah, when you have a player who has a propensity to 4-bet often.
Andy
No.
always with that slight smile on his face.
We haven't seen him 4-bet yet, have we, Andy?
No, but I would just say if I were at the table with him, seeing how often he's involved in pots and how aggressive he is, I
Yeah.
think it'd be pretty smart to assume that he's definitely able.
Yeah, they probably saw him 4-bet a few times the day before, too.
And you don't come into these final tables without, if you don't know somebody, without doing a little bit of research. And like I said, all these guys are regs. If they don't know somebody, their friends do, and I'm sure they've all got information on how aggressive or solid each other are at this point.
Right.
Airedale in the Twitch chat here says, maybe Ben is thinking that, well, since he's seen Zach, he limped the button, he limped the small blind. Maybe since he's been limping, that he actually has a hand now that he's raising. And it definitely is a possibility. If you really think Zachy's playing his hands kind of almost face up in that respect, but which is possible. Still think it's a pretty good hand to be faulting, but
Yeah. These boards just kind of lock everybody up.
well, the turn is definitely going to slow both of them down now. Even though Andy makes 2-pair here, I think it's he's not really going to want to bet with all the spades out there.
It's interesting to see Jim grab some chips here. How much is that bet?
How much did he bet? 175.
Into 875.
Wow.
Well, the pot was.
Oh, before
the pot was, yeah,
175.
the pot was, you know. I mean, Andy's not going anywhere at this 2-pair, and I don't know. I guess Jim's just sort of blocker.
Just too small.
Blocker betting there. Trying to get the showdown, maybe prevent Andy from bluffing.
Whoa, I don't know about that.
I
think he's
What are you getting to
You
show?
think he's just bluffing?
Yeah,
It's
what are
such
you
a
getting
small
to show?
bet.
Well, what's he trying to get value out of?
I don't know.
So I don't know if it's trying to get the showdown. So yeah, it looks. I think that's a bluff.
Yeah, it's a bluff. It's a bluff.
Andy,
it's a
I feel
bluff,
like
yeah.
like Andy like barely bet that sizing on
Maybe
the
he
flop.
was inducing.
Yeah, there you go.
Maybe he was trying to reduce the bluff from Andy. He could put that on top. Induce the bluff.
Sick induce.
The small bet looks like, I mean, it would probably get more credibility than a big bet, but it's just too good a price. That was just too small.
Just not sure if even a small spade can fold to that.
Yeah, of course not.
I'm just not sure.
So some players in the Twitch chat talking about how, you know, Jim keeps covering his face a little bit with the sweatshirt, and, you know, perhaps that one player noted that he actually did not cover his face while he was thinking about the ace-8 hand. So maybe he does it more when he actually has big hands, and maybe when he's thinking things over, he doesn't do it as much. So something to look for. Maybe I didn't pick up on that myself, but
I was curious about that.
we'll take a look.
earlier.
We can see. We'll see what we can find.
Yeah, I was thinking about that with Lemke and the eating his sweatshirt also.
I think Lemke's just hungry. I think he forgot to have breakfast, and he's just trying to find something to settle his stomach.
Interesting how aggressive these guys were with the medium aces a little while ago. Now they're
We saw
Folding
Jim
them
just fold the ace.
to the most aggressive player.
Well, he's lost a couple of pots. I think, you know, Andy keeps getting the better of you. And maybe he's just had enough and just wants to sit one out.
yeah.
We see Lemke call with the 3-2 suited out of the big blind. Bit on the wide side.
Yeah, with 40-ish bigs, that's pretty wide.
Andy's going to bet, and that's just going to take it down. I mean, Lemke's not going, you know, anywhere with the nut low on that board without any sort of draw or anything like that. Yeah, I mean, if Jim wants to bluff that river, I think he should be betting a little bit bigger as well. That's what I think, you know, people are kind of talking about in this chat here. It's really giving Andy too good of a price when, you know, he's going to have a lot of, like, top pair hands and that type of stuff.
There's a good look at how everybody sits right now. One guy has 100 bigs and it's 40, 40, 25, 25.
Yeah, I mean, Andy's, you know, it's not quite a runaway yet, but he's getting to the point where if he hammers these guys down a little bit more, he's just going to run. He's definitely just going to start playing every single pot, even some more so than he is now, and really go for it. 7-3 looks like it's going to be good enough.
I reckon this
He's
is
thinking about it.
No. I'm shocked.
I wonder what makes some of his decisions.
I'm semi appalled.
Why does he fold 7-3 yet he opened 3-2 off earlier in that same spot? You know, stack sizes haven't really changed much. I wonder if there's you know, more.
Little game flow, maybe. I mean,
Yeah,
that
like
was
if
right at the
what
very beginning.
exactly
Dynamic.
what logic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could just be it's like a game flow, feel based, dynamic thing. Sometimes you just feel, okay, this is just one of those spots. I'm just gonna stop.
I'm pretty big on that. I definitely don't take spots when I feel like the table's, you know, ready to get active or tire of me or whatever. I like to shut it down a little bit.
You should be making adjustments, right?
Right.
If you know that someone's looking like they're ready to fight back.
When Brian flops a pair from the small after limping and then checks it, I don't love that. I'd like to try to end the hand there on the flop if I was Brian. Probably go ahead and bet that one.
A little surprised to see Zachy not even, posture at bluffing that pot. Lemke wasn't showing too much interest in it. If I was him, I wouldn't think my 9 high is very good there. So I'd take a stab. Couldn't be too bad.
Where do you like the bluff of the 9 high in that spot? Do you do it right on the flop? And
honestly, he can probably just do it at any point, whether it be flop, turn, or river. It's probably not the worst thing. I mean, maybe he thinks 9 high just might be good since Lemke would probably raise a lot of his higher cards pre-flop. That's a possibility, but it's just hard for a lot of hands to not have connected with something on that board as Lemke limps there. In the chat here, someone mentions that Ben's been showing good restraint. He's been very card dead, and he's not taking some of those really marginal spots, and he's just kind of working with what he's got. And that's definitely a good point. We've been seeing some of these players get some hands. Actually, we haven't seen too many really big hands yet, like big pocket pairs and that type of stuff. No big confrontations.
Yeah, that's true. The ace-9 hand that he folded in the big blind, he did have a pretty awkward stack, having 25 bigs. Because if he 3-bets, is he folding to the 4-bet?
Probably.
It's a little bit too big to jam. He's a little bit too big of a stack to just get it in.
Sure.
So it's a pretty tough hand to play, really.
Yeah, it definitely is a little awkward. Yeah. Maybe that's what he was thinking. So we see a pretty interesting dynamic between 2 of our bigger stacks here. Or interesting flop situation, rather, I should say.
There is some dynamic, too, though.
There is also some dynamic going on.
You got a little bit of...
Jim with 2 pair and Andy with the flush draw. Now, if we're Andy, do you think we're going to see a check raise, or do you think it just calls here? What do you think is a better play?
What's their stack like?
They're deep.
It's not so deep that you just hate getting it in, and you get to apply so much pressure, like check raising. And
so you prefer the raise?
Yeah, I think so. Even some value hands can fold too, because they're going to be up against. I mean, that's a scary board,
Sure. Put pressure on Jim when he is a weak king or a queen or something.
Yeah.
And the opts to call, and Jim turns pretty much the best card he could ask for. And he almost hopes that Andy's drawing to a big hand at this point because Tim Burrell's have to beat him. And I don't think we're going to see Jim slow down. Just going to keep throwing bets out there.
Yeah, earlier we were talking about how Zachy could maybe check back when he made the straight, like that you can get tricky when you only have 1 bet or only the pot left in your stack. But in this case, you need a couple streets to get the whole stack in, so I definitely don't like checking here. I would definitely bet.
Let's see what Jim's going to bet. Oh, he's opting for a pretty big bet here. It looks like about 350. And it's actually 400. 400,000 looks like the bet is. Which is definitely bigger than we've seen him betting in the past. Especially bigger than his last, small sort of blocker bluff bet. And again, we do notice him covering his mouth. So let's see. Let's see the next time he has a weak hand if he doesn't do it.
If he's covering the mouth.
Yeah. We're 3 for 3 with big hands. So we'll
Twitch
see.
is spotting the tells.
Yeah, we'll see. It's certainly easier, looking at this stuff, seeing everyone's hand, and being able to, actually watch them with the zoomed-in shot on their face.
How about Andy just check call, check folding with the nut flush draw there?
Yeah, definitely. Good to see discipline. I mean, we've been kind of, making little jabs at Andy because he's been very aggressive and playing some marginal hands, but he's played quite well. He's made a few correct calls, a few correct laydowns.
That's a pretty great laydown. That's not just automatic because the board pairs that you just fold a nut flush draw.
No, definitely not. Jim put a hefty bet out there, but it wasn't so big that it was out of the question that Andy could call.
You just got to wonder what someone who seems like a little bit more of a solid player might be betting again on the turn with there.
Yeah, it's definitely a little hard for Jim to have too many bluffs. But, like Tyler said, he's got a good hand. He's got a good draw. He's got, not flush draw. Like, he can just improve. Maybe even hit his ace, and ace will be good a lot.
being out of position, it's kind of tough to get value out of the hands that you beat if you get there on the end.
Very true. Very true. And Andy wakes up with a hand in the small blind here.
He may not have felt as implied was that good either. I mean, if he gets there, and James had already put in like 400K with like 1.2 back.
Sure,
So.
sure.
You're paying 400K with only 1.2 back. Not even sure if when you get there you're gonna get. You may not even have the best hand, but you may not get value either.
Interesting to see Ben call with the King 8 after folding that Ace 9. Maybe he just highly prefers playing in position rather than out of position.
Yeah, and I mean, Andy's range is
Definitely wider,
super wide in the
yeah.
small blind.
Check, check on this flop. King of clubs is going to give Ben quite a good club draw here. Interested to see if Andy continues to slow down or applies, makes Ben put some more money in here. He opts to check again. And at this point, I think we just see a value bet from Andy.
Yeah, I would think so.
He does check again, though, and I would guess Ben just checks it down.
Yeah, King High could be good.
Yeah. But it's not going to win. Andy's going to show the winning hand here. And scoop another pot.
Ben can pat himself in the back for not
bluffing at some point. Or 3-betting, yeah. I don't think Andy's really going anywhere at any point in that hand.
No.
Speaking of Jim and his covering of the face, I think maybe it's a half an hour now since we made our first comment. So
I think he's maybe
information's going to get back to the
picked
table.
up on it. It's possible.
It's possible.
Hey, here we got that festival.
Yeah, check the
Park
outdoor
again.
concert grounds.
I'm
Festival
excited
Park.
to see this thing.
So this is going to be permanent, right? This is just going to be an outdoor
It looks permanent
concert
now.
structure.
So, yeah.
I got to go check that out outside. There's some looks like there's some good bands coming up. But I want to check out where it is and see how it's going to look. That should be pretty cool. Check that out in the summer, guys. Come say hi. We'll play some poker, see some concerts. I wonder if there's anything going on during the Borgata Summer Series. That would probably be well timed.
Yeah, it looked like a bunch of mid-June was when it was starting up.
Lemke with 2 8s. Will come in for the open.
I'd be surprised to see Justin play this hand.
Oh, so he's thinking about maybe a 3-bet. He talks about those offsuit aces.
Yeah, it's just the under the gun from Lemke, and Justin's stack doesn't really lend to it.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Ace king from Andy, and now this is where that image is going to pay off for Andy.
Isn't it so unfair when players like this actually get the hand? Come on. Unbelievable, this game.
I can't see Brian doing anything but shoving after Andy 3-bets here either.
I'm going to have to agree with you on that.
Probably. I mean, I think we saw Joe earlier just call with his 9s in a similar situation where we thought he was always going to go all in.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see what Lemke decides to do here, what Brian decides to do. Lemke, wow, instantly all in.
Yeah.
And we're going to see a really large coin flip now.
Lemke does not mess around like these other guys. When there's an automatic decision, it's just done, you know?
I think so too. Yeah, he always acts pretty quickly. Andy kind of shrugs it off, and they're just flipping. Lemke has to be excited to see this hand when he gets called that fast too.
We can say it's almost unlucky that Andy had the top of his range here.
Yeah.
8 on the flop, it almost just about ends it for Andy.
I don't know. I can see a
Let's
queen of
not be
spades rolling
hasty.
off.
Running straight cards or running flush cards. I mean, 4% is just not too much there on the flop.
Yeah.
Good point.
And Lemke improves to the full house, and we'll get the full double up. And they will basically trade stacks, it looks like. Brian's going to double to close to 5 million, and Andy's going to drop down to about let's see, probably about 3 million, I want to say.
Yep.
Good.
3.4.
New leader.
Yeah, 3.4 it looks like. And Brian will become our chip leader with that pot.
We'll see if he wields the stack like Andy did.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the dynamic change a bit.
I don't think Brian's going to change his game up too much.
I think we'll see him definitely
Open up a little bit.
open at least a little more.
Yeah. He's probably been a bit strapped, not only because of his stack, but just because of Andy's not only stack, but aggressive tendencies.
Well, also, you know, Andy has fewer chips, so Brian may be able to open a little more liberally on his big blind.
You can see less of a discrepancy now between the stacks remaining here at the table.
Yeah, Brian and Andy basically flipped chip stacks there. Andy's still in very good shape, though, by no means out of it. In second place still.
Yeah, still enough chips on this table for some good play.
Once the blinds go up, you know, the next level or two is where we're really going to start seeing some, you know, real moves once these stacks get down there. See some. This is another look at our payouts and what they're playing for. 277,000 for first. Good shot of the signature room here at the Borgata. Some tables they're going to use tomorrow for the championship event. And some of the spectators here. I see DJ McKinnon on the left there, Jesse Cohen in the middle. Who's
There's
that?
Ryan
Ryan
Reese.
Is that Ryan Reese standing up?
Ryan
World
Reese.
Series of Poker main event champion.
Legend.
I would assume he's in town for the WPT championship tomorrow.
Yeah, for the 15K.
I did see
he
him
played
playing
the last couple events.
Yeah, I saw him playing the 1K 6 max as well. Yeah, Brian Lemke won a $500 event here in back in January as well. Oh, there's Ryan Reese. I see him now.
Ben and Zach, you both have, you know, the type of stack that you just can't do much with. They have the 20 to 30 big blind stack, so they've kind of taken a back seat to the action for a little while.
I like leveraging with these kind of stacks against like players who are just opening a lot. Like I like 3-betting on these like 22 to 30 big blinds. I just been doing that a lot.
It's a good play too,
I
because it
get
doesn't
credit
look
all the
like you're
time.
folding very often.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
You know, Twitch chat said it best when, you know, Ben hasn't had a lot to work with, and he's just been kind of playing what he's got and waiting for his spots. So we see blind versus blind. Jim opts for the raise with the King 10, and Lemke comes along. Brian Lemke comes along with the 8-7. And it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out. Second pair for Brian. I don't think he's going anywhere on the flop right away. I think Jim's thinking auto c-bet on the ace-high board here.
In that mentality, that auto c-bet is why I really don't mind floating on these kinds of boards either. Because they are always
Sure, yeah.
auto
And
c-betting.
we've seen Jim c-bet with a very high frequency today.
I don't think he's not. Has he not?
He checked back the ace-8 on the ace-XX board.
Okay.
Lemke with the, you know, easy call with the second pair here. And a very interesting turn card, you know, because Jim pairs his 10, but Brian picks up the added flush draw to go with his pair. So now if we're Jim, do we bet again, or do we slow down at this point? What do you think?
You can bet for value here. I mean, he doesn't have to have only aces in his range.
You could also. There's also argument for checking, so you can get value on the river from hands that may not call. Maybe they'll call like a certain size bet on the turn, but maybe more on the river if you check.
Sure. Maybe give those
can, like, bomb the
Amandas
river
that are
then?
floating these flops a chance to take a little stab at it.
Okay. Okay.
And Brian has a decision. He has a, you know, quite a strong hand, but there's definitely some cards he doesn't want to see on the river, so it wouldn't surprise me if he bets or checks here.
We noticed James with the. Wow, we have two sweater to mouthers right now.
The battle
And now
of the
we got,
sweatshirts.
yeah, the sweater of the mouth is not a big hand, but it is some value.
I think he's just always covering his mouth. Maybe.
It could just be like what he's actually thinking. Like,
Yeah. Like he was moving around more because he was
if
thinking.
he had total air, maybe he wouldn't be thinking so much.
These guys are two of the quicker actors at the table. They generally both act pretty fast.
I like
Pretty
betting
quick,
the-
pretty quick betting call there.
Yeah, that's true. I like betting the turn for Brian also because you get a cheaper showdown at river if it goes check on on the end. If you check back and then miss, you might have to have a tough decision.
When he leads.
If Jim leads, yeah.
So Brian gets the flush on the river, and he's definitely going to put in another bet. Question is how much. Puts out about, looks like 675, I want to say. And a tough spot for Jim. The backdoor flush draw did get there, which is going to be tough to put Brian on.
You have to. So Brian called the flop.
And then bet the turn and the river.
Yeah, calling the flop without. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's not a lot of hands you call the flop with that you'd be bluffing. I mean, you could turn a 4 or a 7 into a bluff.
He could turn a 4 into a bluff. That makes sense. I think 8-6 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
You know, 5-6 even gets there.
6-5, yeah, I was gonna say.
But that's a straight now.
That makes sense too.
He could just have random, you know, king 9, king queen, king jack type floats. Those all could make some sense.
He might not give him credit because that's pretty big bet if he just had an ace.
Yeah, it's not that big. It's, what is it, about 40% a pot?
Yeah, I would actually expect Brian to bet a hand like ace 9 for this much, but.
Oh, Jim takes the sweater off of his mouth again, so maybe he's, you know, again, we see him thinking about it. His hand did lose a lot of value, though, now that that flush gets there and he only has second pair. I don't know. What do you guys think?
And one straight got there, yeah.
That's tough. I think I'd probably fold. I would give him credit for an ace.
Yeah, I'm folding.
I mean, or better, but.
Do you think Jim is more likely to call here because, you know, last time with the ace-8 he made a big kind of laydown versus Zaki?
I think he's probably good enough to take each situation as individual situations and not be like, you know, taking emotions from other hands and bringing them into decision making in this
He's professional
current
enough
situation.
to remove himself.
Yeah, and I think more recreational players is where you'd probably see tendencies like that.
So Jim does make the, again, correct laydown, and Brian extends his chip lead. And Jim looks quite unhappy about his fold. You know, you got to give Jim a little bit of credit. He made the correct decision on the turn, making the call, and then the correct fold on the river. It's tough to do that. You know, it's frustrating turning your pair and then putting more money in and then still folding. But he made the right read, so you got to give him some credit there.
He had the king of clubs, too. He could have decided to do some kind of bluff raise.
Reppage.
Interesting. We saw Dan Ward try that last time.
Yeah.
In our stream that me and Tyler covered the final table, and he check shoved the river in a similar spot and got pretty much snapped off by 2 pair. So it didn't work out too well for him.
His whole stack. It was that was a big bluff.
Yep.
You got to give people credit there for trying it.
He had heart.
Oh,
That's definitely for sure.
I've definitely lit some stacks on fire, especially here at Borgata. Maybe in one of these before doing some stuff like that.
Jim on the button. Looks like he's going to open the Queen 3 suited.
That seems reasonable.
Queen 3 of blue. Always nice to see the 4-color deck in action.
I disagree.
You disagree? How can you disagree?
This is weird. It doesn't look normal.
Is this any of you live players? I mean, it's just like, it doesn't make sense why you would have 2 suits red and 2 suits black. Like,
I agree with that.
they should just all be different.
In the very beginning, they should have made poker that way, but they didn't.
Do you know why they didn't do that? Ink was cheaper. Ink was expensive, rather. So it was cheaper to just make them the same.
I don't know about that.
And it was harder to print cards that can, with all the different colors and stuff like that. Like, think of when cards first came around. You know, they didn't have a lot of dies, and stuff was more expensive.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
It's just custom. I hope Tab is listening. I want you guys to start using the 4-color deck here live.
Yeah, right.
They make that.
Good luck with
Yeah,
that.
they make it. I have one at home.
That's never happening.
Why would that never happen?
It's never happening. It would make sense, but
it would be one of those things that like someone would look. Whoever plays for the first time would be like, oh, whoa, look at this. And then they would never mention it again because it just doesn't make a difference. And it just makes things so much more simpler. I don't know. You guys tell us what you think. 4-color deck or 2-color deck?
In real life.
Yeah, in real life. Would you want to see a 4-color deck if you came to the Borgata? I'm being informed on Twitter that the 311 concert is going to be right in the middle of the Summer Poker Open.
There you go.
So you guys can come down and check it out.
I think I'll just skip the WSOP main event to come see that.
Come see 311 instead.
Yeah.
4 colors. I got a lot of love for 4 colors. 4 colors all day.
Of course.
All decks
Everybody
be 4
on
colors.
Twitch is an online poker player.
4,
Come
always
on.
4. 4 color deck.
No way.
No, someone doesn't agree. They call me bad
We
names.
have one, Gags, you dolt. We have one.
People would misread their flushes less with 4 color deck. That's true. That's why there's no downside to it. The only downside is I like the classic. That's the only reason that it might not be.
Yeah.
I wouldn't like it.
I agree.
But that's just one of those things that people just got to, get over kind of.
It's
So-
too hard to do it everywhere, so it's just not going to happen.
We see
Get
Ben
everybody
open
on
the
board.
8-6 suited under the gun. Brian Lemke calls the button with the ace-6 suited. And Andy defends big with the ace-3. Ben is going to continue with second pair. That's about 1/3 pot, it looks like. About 175, is that what that was? 165? Brian folds, and I would imagine Andy folds. A relatively coordinated board that Ben is betting the 2 people on. Give him some credit.
Neither of those guys seem super happy about folding, but they did.
I don't think they're ever happy folding.
Folding is for the birds.
BorgataPoker.com is giving you $20 to play online.
Yeah,
Some
guys,
kind of
sign up.
bonus.
If you guys are in New Jersey and you haven't played on BorgataPoker.com, you should come check it out. We got a good tournament series going on now. Main event is on Sunday, actually, of that tournament series. For $200, they have a really big guarantee on that.
What is the guarantee? Like 100,000 or more, maybe?
think
It was
it's 150,
100,000
actually.
last week. Yeah.
It was 100,000 last week. I think this week is 150, yeah.
Pretty good.
We now have some love for 5 color and 8 color decks that
There you go.
people are now recommending. So rework poker and have 8 different symbols instead. So I guess 8 suits instead of 4. That'd be interesting. We're
Making
gonna
a
have
whole
to-
new game now.
We're going to have to change the ranking system of flushes, I think. Flushes seem a little higher now. Here's some background noise. They shuffle some tournaments around in this Borgata poker room. I think this is that satellite for 15K that we hear starting.
Yep, we got the 6 max going, got satellites going here. Lots going on here at Borgata.
Are these satellites must play for the main event?
I
Or for the
believe the
Poker Tour
megas
Championship?
are. I'm not positive, but I believe the megas are.
Hope they are. I like that.
The single tables are not, though, I don't think. I see Mr. Joe McKeon, I guess, is no longer participating in the 6 max.
They could be a break.
No, I'm going to go with no longer participating.
He tried to sneak into the booth here earlier today. Security booted him.
we had security on it, though, don't worry. We won't let him near the mic, guys. I have an adamant tweet against the 4-color deck.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Adamant against, huh?
Yeah, apparently. Lots of no's.
I remember one time I was charged with going to the store and buying a deck because we were playing a home game tournament. We didn't have a deck. And since I was the one that was going to go, I promised I was going to come back with the most ridiculous deck I could find. So I came back with a Winnie the Pooh deck. It was blue and black, or blue and purple were the 2 suits. So people were misreading their hands all over the place.
Blue and purple?
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't sound very good.
I ended up winning the home game tournament. That's what the brag was all about. Because my opponent misread his hand and thought he had a flush.
And
2 big hands here,
yep,
yeah.
Justin
that's not
opens.
fair.
Ben snap goes all in.
Really unlucky for Ben.
Yep.
For Justin to have such a big hands here. Obviously cooler. And Ben's going to need some help to stay alive here. And there it is.
That's help. That's helpful.
Diamond on the turn gives
Always
Zachy
a
a
sweat.
bunch of outs, though. And the
That's a
10 on
safe
the river is
river.
not going to do it.
Zachy's going to be really crippled here, right?
Yeah, Zachy's
One big.
bad luck at final tables. Looks like it's going to continue here.
Always a bridesmaid. Never the bride. He's got a chance. Let's go. Let's see a comeback.
Sure.
That's
Thinks he's out, it looks like.
No,
but
he's got about 200,000 left. He has about 3.5, 4 big blinds left. Obviously, not a lot to work with.
Well, it looks like our stacks could be incorrect because he's trying to hike out.
Well, they're still counting out Ben's stack here, but it looks like our graphics are saying he's got about 1 big blind left. Yeah.
We haven't seen many of these yet. Just like confrontations that just
two
play
hands,
themselves
yeah.
or whatever. Which is cool. It's nice that we're not seeing much of that.
That first hand, when we started the stream, I'm kind of surprised that didn't get into a.
When Jim made the flush.
When in a three-way pot, everyone had like a blade, and
they did have really good hands. Yeah.
Nothing really happened.
Yeah, and that's because Jim checked the flush back on the turn, and it made sense too for him to be checking it.
The hand was played well,
yep.
There was I can't say
there
was mistakes. I was just shocked when so many people have good hands, not more chips get in there somehow. It always surprised me, but
yeah.
1 big blind left for Zachy. Here's that chip in the chair. Hope everyone hopes for. What is the buy-in for this event? The event's a $2,700 Spring Poker Open Championship event. And again, these players are playing for $277,000. You see right there, Justin Zachy lost 94% of his stack on obviously crippling blow to him.
And he seems a bit frustrated within reason. He's been in this spot a lot of times, this guy.
Very frustrating.
Yeah, constantly getting deep in these things and losing in big spots like that. It can be painful when you just keep getting deep.
Yeah, you can even see it on Ben's face. Never really sorry, but he feels for Justin there. You can see.
Yeah, you've been in his spot before.
And this is phenomenal for Justin. Just like this is like a dream situation when you're this short. And he's UTG, so the blind was about to hit, and this was obviously his spot. So wish him good luck. Assuming with his stack, he will be getting called.
Yeah, Ben might even just still open here.
Justin does not get the Ben ISO. James with an ace.
Looks like he is going to raise.
Certainly.
Justin Zachy really wants to see Jim raise, so he gets the ISO, get heads up rather than be 3-ways. So hope for Zachy. Jim's going to need to improve in order to get the elimination. Pretty safe flop. Still a safe turn. Only an ace now for Jim. And that will seal the double up for Zachy. Actually, he almost triples up. He does triple up, actually. He had 1.5 big ones. Yeah, it's like 3.5 times. So Zachy's still going to remain the short stack. Feels good having, the ability to post a big blind at least.
How much is the next payout? I believe the next payout is 61,000.
Yeah, 61, 62, right around there.
And I think there is like a $16,000 or $17,000 pay jump between that and the next.
Yep. Fun to see Justin double up one more time, get back in the action.
Give him a shot. I would imagine he puts a lot of hands here in the big blind.
He has 3.5, 4 big blinds.
He's got 280, I think. 4 and change. And it looks like he's going with.
Looks like he likes it.
You like it? You like it a taste?
He goes with Queen 10. That's good. And they're going to be flipping.
Go with that, yeah. Can't be folding that with.
See if Zachy can parlay his 1 big blind back into things.
10.
Just classic poker.
King Deuce is not the worst flop in the world for Zachy. There's some good turns. There's one of them.
Good
Ace,
turn card.
queen, jack, or 10 now.
More outs for
A lot
him.
of outs.
Oh, look at the outs on the board. We got a nice graphic.
But the 5's not going to do it.
No.
And with that, Justin Zaki will be our 5th place finisher. Congratulations to him. Another deep run to add to
consolation prize is
resume.
$61,000. Not so bad.
Yeah, you know, if you told any poker player when they signed up for the tournament that they were going to make $60,000, you know, they'd be pretty happy. But at the same time, when you're in this spot and, you know, you lose the way he did, it feels pretty bad.
Yeah.
Poker's such a, you know, so bittersweet in that way. And outsiders are often quick to say, oh, you made $60,000, what are you upset about? You know, but you're in that situation, and first place is so much more. Especially knowing that you played your best and you got it in good.
Yeah.
Definitely just can be painful.
You can see Jim smiling here. Everyone's always happy to ladder their way up a little bit.
It relieves a lot of pressure. A lot of times. You know, you're in this final table, and especially as like a middle stack where you maybe could bust. You know, I'm thinking like Ben or how Brian came into the final table. You know, you're thinking, I'm 3rd or 4th out of 6 people. I'm in good shape. Maybe I'll win, maybe I won't, but there's always a chance you get 6th, so getting a couple of pay jumps in there definitely feels good.
Yeah, it's great.
I think you see the game open up a lot of times, too, when that sort of thing happens. And that's the first walk we've seen at this final table. Andy just gets the walk.
Yeah, it's not surprising it comes from those players. Lemke giving the walk to Andy.
Yeah, to that player.
Seeing Andy's been pretty quiet after he lost that big pot versus Brian, the big flip. You know, I think he definitely, you know, maybe hasn't had so many hands. I mean, although that hasn't stopped him in the past, but I wonder if just the blow to the momentum is what's slowing him down a bit now.
Also, blinds went up, stacks get shallower.
True.
He knows with his image, if he's going to keep on opening, he's going to become easy to exploit rather by competent players who are sitting on around 20 big blinds, who will be rejamming, I would think, with a good frequency, especially against a player like Andy, who everyone kind of knows is opening a bunch.
Yeah, we saw Ben do quite a bit of reshoving on him earlier. Andy limps and Ben checks his option, and Andy's just going to go ahead and bet. And it looks like Ben's going to go ahead and not fold. He raises, it looks like.
Yeah.
Is that a min raise?
I like this. It's credible, and Andy could have absolutely any 2.
Yeah, it's just a min raise, and I'll just take it down. There you go.
Nice little play. It was a really
Definitely
small pot,
interested
but
to see Ben play now that he has some more chips.
yeah.
Heard some things about his game recently, so let's take a look at our payouts. $78,000 for the 4th place finisher, all the way up to the winner, $277,000 in the championship trophy. Here are the chip stacks. Brian Lemke, our current leader. Ben Zamani in 2nd, $3 million. Andy Spears right behind him with also $3 million, and then Jim Gilbert is actually the short stack with $2 million, which is kind of surprising to see because I kept thinking how Jim was like middle of the pack kind of guy. But I guess now there's only 4 left. $2 million just is the short stack, you know, just over 30 bigs. And actually, we've gone up now. The big one is now actually 80,000.
Yeah, the graphic said 26 bigs, I think, or 24.
Yeah, yeah.
26.
So that makes sense.
Trip Donkey saying older guy is gonna win. Who's the older
Who's the
guy? OMG.
I think Lemke is the oldest at the final table.
Stop.
Lemke's in his mid-30s.
Granddaddy Lempsk.
How old is Stein? Do we know? Stein is
27?
28, I think, yeah.
He looks
Almost
young.
29.
Stein is Ben Simoni.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Other players out there don't know. Viewers, I mean.
That's actually the only name he has on his bio sheet is Stein.
He knows we would know.
So Andy opens with the 10-4 suited on the button, and Ben defends out of the small blind. And they will go heads up to the flop. Ben's going to love that one. Queen 5-3 is just what he was looking for. Not
Well,
too much for Andy, but
10-5-4 is what he's looking for.
yeah, I guess that's true.
But he didn't know that.
Andy has the potential to do some bluffing here, though. Definitely on some turns and rivers.
Yeah, absolutely.
So now, if you're Ben, do you just go ahead and check raise here, or do you think he's going to get tricky?
I don't really see any. I would not be. I mean, I would just give someone who's probably betting a chance to bet more. Bet again.
You think he tries the min raise again, like he did last hand?
That would be fun.
He has a reputation for a non-standard line.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to do that.
I like it.
He's at least going to raise, it looks like. Slightly more. For 480, is that what that is? Kind of hard to see sometimes.
That's not a board people check raise very often.
It's dry.
Andy might get an idea to do something crazy.
Yeah, I like
yeah,
it from
480, and Andy does find the fold.
I like it from Ben, just given the dynamic that he had just min raised a flop against this player. So doing it again, hoping he'll spaz, especially an aggressive player who's capable of spazzing or doing something there.
As we see that shot of Ben, we want to give a very special thank you to our live stream sponsor, RIMAX. RIMAX Marketing Service is the leader in providing player and employee loyalty solutions to the gaming industry. RIMAX award-winning programs and events are proven to engage, motivate, and reward, as well as create loyalty with an element of fun. For more information, visit RIMAXinc.com. So thanks to them. That's the big banner behind Ben you see there as he stacks those new watermelon chips he picked up. Those are my favorite chips. Have I said that already, guys?
You may have said that once or twice.
I hope they bring out the black and yellow ones soon, too. Those are pretty cool.
Oh, man. Last time it was a big ordeal trying to figure out what color they were.
Oh, were we arguing about them?
Yeah. When Tab told us they were orange and black,
Oh, I remember that.
like
Yeah, that was the other set,
black
though.
dress thing that everyone was talking about.
Yeah, that was the other set, though. That was definitely a weird color. These are a bit more straightforward.
Lemke gets a walk there from Jim's in the small blind giving Lemke a walk. Why does it say all hands under Benzimani right now? I don't know what that. Oh, I see.
I'm sorry.
I
What
see
is
the
this?
graphic.
Oh, this is his.
I only saw the bottom part of it.
Yeah, so we're seeing his stats over the last 10 hands versus, I guess, earlier. VPIP, for those that don't know, is voluntarily puts money in pot. Basically, what percentage of pots is he playing? And that's any action. That can be a raise, a call, 3-bet, and anytime he puts money into the pot. PFR is just proof-up raise, basically how much is he raising. And so you see he was playing about 40-20, so he's seems to be raising about half the time, puts chips in the pot, and then playing about 40% of hands over the last 10 or 15 hands, which is...
That's what our crew's trying to show us, that that since he won that pot versus Aki, he's really amped it up.
And that's usually what happens when, players do pick up chips. They tend to be more aggressive and play more pots. And looks like we see Jim thinking about making a move with the 7-5. But
Tough
decides to lay
stack
it down.
size he's got there. 25 bigs to do anything with it. But like Amanda said, she likes to leverage that kind of stack and just go ahead and 3-bet with that stack. Because it does look like you're not going anywhere.
It does look really strong, and it's pretty hard for Ben to really do much other than just fold or go all in there. So yeah, I think it wouldn't be a bad situation. Especially Jim's been not super 3-betty, so I think he can probably get away with some stuff.
So we have Andy defending the big blind with a really strong hand. Decides not to 3-bet. That's probably a stack size thing. They both have a lot of chips. He decides to just play a pot with ace-jack suited rather than 3-bet.
A little surprising to see, just because he's been Just because he's been 3-betting so much.
That might be part of the problem, because if you have been 3-betting a ton and you 3-bet that hand, if you get 4-bet, what do you do?
Exactly, yeah, that's definitely a tough spot.
Because it's so high on your range of hands to 3-bet, you don't want to be folding to 4-bets, but at the same time, it's just ace-jack suited. You don't really want to be putting in that many chips.
Check on the turn, pretty straightforward. Ben probably thinks he's the best hand a lot with his ace-9 high still. But after that river, Andy just is the stone nuts here.
That tiny bluff that Andy made earlier with the queen 3
I think it might get him paid here.
Yeah. Might get him a call here.
A little bit of a different situation here, but I think you may be right. You know, it's definitely hard to put Andy on a lot of better ace highs. It's hard to put Andy on a lot of pairs. You know, he would be 3-betting a lot of those. The random queen jack, he probably just folds the flop with those types of hands. So definitely a little tough to put Andy on this exact hand in particular.
It's a lot bigger bet than he made when he made that little bluff against Jim. This is a half pot.
So you think he should have gone a little smaller, keep it a little more consistent with what he's done in the past, maybe?
Maybe.
Definitely something to think about.
It's still not a big bet. I mean, it's half the pot. It's a normal size bet.
Looks like by Ben's demeanor, I would guess he's going to fold here. Most of the time when people start, you know, laughing and talking, they tend to just lay their hand down because they're not too confident. But yeah, he does lay it down.
He didn't like folding it just because.
Well, like we said,
he can't help himself in those spots.
It's ace high. It's hard to, you know, it's hard to put him on a better hand, really.
There we go.
So we take a look at Andy's VPIP. Wow, 50%.
That's all hands of the day, too.
That's the whole day. Yeah, he's been playing literally half of the hands he's been dealt. And last 10 hands, pretty high. He defended his big blind like 3 of those hands, I think. And there's the his day stats again. Definitely would be considering him a pretty loose, aggressive player if I saw those stats.
Yeah. I don't think you really need a HUD to
know that he's been playing a lot of pots. Yeah, I don't think so either. Brian Lemke with the king 10 of spades. Easy open on the button here. Pretty strong hand that you like to see. We'll see if Andy finds another VPIP with the jack 9 of diamonds, which I would guess he will. Probably going to see a 3-bet, I would guess. He hasn't been calling in these spots too often today. He tends to just do more 3-betting. Although we saw Ben call in an earlier spot with 8-7 suited. So certainly wouldn't be a very far-fetched play. Andy does just call. And I think that may invite Ben along. No, he likes to fold out of the big with the 10-8 off. It's quite interesting to see some of these players choosing their, you know, how often they call out of the big blind. Andy has seemed to like a lot more of those hands than than Ben has or Jim has. Second pair for Brian, and it looks like he's going to go ahead. I can just go ahead and bet it. Unless Andy decides to get really creative, I think we just find the fold here. Which he actually hasn't been doing too much today. He hasn't gone too crazy post-flop or anything like that. Most of his aggression has just been straight pre-flop. You know, raising, 3-betting, that type of stuff.
Yeah, that's true. I think he took a couple of small stabs, but that's all. Lemke's got a little more standard percentages there, playing 23% of hands, and
most of Andy's post-flop aggression has just been c-betting and trying to take it down. We've seen some very wide c-bets. We haven't seen too much other, check raises or anything like that. And I don't think we've seen one check raise bluff yet, really, have we? Can you think of anything?
From anywhere?
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
I
right?
can't imagine. I can't think of any.
Andy with
pretty
ace-6
surprising.
of diamonds, definitely going to see this one. Definitely this one's going to get opened. Did Andy actually just limp the button there? Yeah, that's the first we've seen him do that. I wonder if this is because of stack sizes of Jim in the big. Jim has a little shorter stack than he did in the past, and I can't imagine he's going to get too creative with Jack 3. Very interesting to see these players mixing up their strategies as the day moves on and as stacks change.
Yes.
10-8-4, all clubs. Jim, the only one with the club, but it's a pretty bad club.
Yeah, nobody hit this one very hard.
Yeah, so I
does
can't
okay.
imagine he's going to really, anyone's really going to put too many chips in this pot. Yeah, Andy doesn't even look like he's going to stab at it. I would guess Ben bets the turn, as long as it's a safe turn card.
Yeah, I think so too.
And that'll probably just end it right here. Thinking his options.
The all one suit flops really favor the people in positions. If I was Andy, I probably would have taken a stab there on the button. It's so hard to fight on those boards.
People tend to play very honestly on those flops also.
Yeah, I think so too.
So Ben will take down that small pot. I'm very interested to see, if Andy's going to continue with his limping strategy, or if he's just going to, go back to raising.
There we got a shot of Will the Thrill, the self-proclaimed best satellite player on the planet.
Is that true? Is that what he says?
Yep.
I think he's the best at a few things, self-proclaimed.
I think that's true.
So here's a nice little reset for everyone. If you're just joining us, this is the final table of the $2,700 Spring Poker Open Championship. I am Michael Gagliano, alongside me Tyler Patterson and Amanda Musumeci. Andy Spears under the gun here with ace-6 of hearts. Going to come in for the raise. Oh, wait. I spoke too soon.
Wow.
No, yeah, okay. I was going to say. I might have had to get up and leave if he folded this hand.
He just limped the ace-6 suited last hand. But
Yeah, but he's not the button. He's not limping this time. Ben Zamani in the one seat with ace-queen of diamonds.
I don't think he's going to fold either.
Nope, I don't think he's going to fold either.
Safe assumption.
Question is if he's going to call, if he's going to 3-bet. Looks like he's just going to call. He's been pretty.
That's interesting.
He's been a little on the passive side actually. Mainly because he doesn't have chips. So it's interesting to see this now that he has more chips.
I think he just
Still
doesn't want to have
call
to
here.
get in 40 bigs with the ace-queen suited. And if he 3-bets and he gets any heat from Andy, there's no way he can fold.
Well, he's going to get some pressure now that Andy's flopped a flush draw here. 9-3-2 with the 2 hearts is generally a pretty dry flop. But
Well, I don't see Ben folding on the flop, though.
Probably not. Question from the Twitch chat, why does Andy pause before looking at his cards? There's a card reader in the table that, this is how we know what their cards are with an RFID chip inside. That's why you see the players spread their cards like that. Some players choose to do that before they look at their cards, and some do it after they look at their cards. I guess Andy chooses to do that before, and that's why you see him do that before he looks. Turn 5 of clubs is an interesting one. It seems to have improved Ben's hand because Ben adds a wheel draw, but it actually gives Andy the better straight draw, since Andy will make the straight to the 6 before comes. And it looks like Andy's just going to go ahead and bet again, about half pot, 460,000, looks like. $415, I'm sorry. And that'll do it for Ben. Ben
Look
looks,
at that face. That was
yeah.
great.
Yeah, it's very frustrating when you have a big hand and then wind up folding. And that's one of those hands where the board doesn't materialize and you waited so long to get dealt that ace-queen, and you just gotta lay it down, you know, and it stinks. But I think it's the right fold. I mean, he did technically have the best hand, but we saw, you know, Andy still has really a lot of equity, and it's just really hard to call with ace high.
Yep. I really liked the pain on Ben's face. That was great emotion shown.
So Ben does look very frustrated after that hand.
Yep.
You can tell he's still thinking about it and if there's anything else he could have done. I mean, he could have threw that pre, but even then, Andy might not have folded, and he probably would have actually just lost a bigger pot.
I wonder if he's upset at himself for how he played the hand, or if he's just upset because he got unlucky with what ran out, you know.
Probably a little bit of both, maybe. Sometimes you just get the bad run out, and, you know, you're upset about the board, but
yeah,
you rethink how you played it, and you're like, well, could I have done something different?
So this is the third player that has limped the button, right? Oh, he raised.
No,
okay.
I don't think he put in. There's a little confusion, it seemed, about over the amount that he put in, but he looks like he put in 175. I don't see how it could be anything but a raise. 8-4 off for Andy in the big blind, and he'll just lay it down. So with 4 players remaining, blinds at 40,000, 80,000. Lemke's been pretty quiet since he won that last pot, you know, about 2 orbits ago. We haven't really seen him do too much. Sometimes it happens when players just don't get the cards, and sometimes you know, there's a break coming up soon. Maybe the players starting to get a little tired. They've been playing for close to 4 hours now.
I think they played pretty late in the last night trying to get down to 6. Is that correct?
Yeah, they did. Move your, yeah.
Sorry.
They played till about 2:30, 2:45 last night. You know, they didn't start today until 2:30, so they definitely had some time to sleep, but still was a late night for a lot of these guys, especially considering the day before they only played till like 9 p.m. or something like that. There's Lemke. You heard me talking about him. He's going to go ahead and open the button. Brian Lemke, he's our chip leader right now. 5.4 million comes in for the raise. Andy Spears, who came into the day as our chip leader, lost a really big coin flip to Brian Lemke. He'll just lay it down in the small.
Ben's thinking pretty hard about this queen 8 off.
Yeah, I wonder if we see him play more pots now that he has more chips. Looks like he's going to come in for the 3-bet. Definitely surprising to see Ben 3-bet this hand after playing. I mean, he's been playing relatively tight for the most part.
Lemke as well.
Yeah. But I think we're just seeing Ben use his newfound chip stack. See what Brian does with the queen, with the Jack-10. He may see a flop. You think he finds a call or a 4-bet more often with this type of hand?
I think call more than 4-bet. Probably a decent amount of folds.
Yeah, if it flops reasonably well. You know, you can hit some straight draws and that type of stuff, so. And we know Brian is not someone who likes to give up pots lightly. Really
Pretty
super
great
just.
flop for Ben.
Yeah, super dry board. And Ben's going to love it. You know, 3-betting with the queen 8 and hitting this type of flop is always, always, always good for you. Looks like he's cutting out some chips, and he's going to go ahead and continuation bet, which I would expect to see even if he didn't hit the pair here. You know, this is the type of flop where you just always are going to continue on, and you would expect Brian to fold really a lot here. 290 is a very small bet. I think he 3-bets about 400,000 pre. Brian just looking down a king or jack high though, so not a whole lot you can do here, but it looks like he's thinking about making a call. No, he lets it go.
These are spots where if you defend too light, you defend your open too light, like with the 10 jack, find yourself getting in interesting spots if you decide to get crazy. I mean, it sends you.
Sends you down the rabbit hole.
It makes you try to win pots too often, probably. You know, because you feel like you have to make up for it.
Do you think that's the case with the Jack 10? You think he should have just folded pre-flop?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, here we see Rymax Inc., #1 in player rewards. Check out their website. They're the sponsors for our live stream today, so we thank them.
You can see this name on the table.
Yeah, they do a great job
in the background.
And they've been very good with Borgata, you know, with promotions and that stuff. They have award-winning programs and events, proven to engage, motivate, and reward, as well as create loyalty with an element of fun. RymaxInc.com for more info. Be sure to check that out. Our antes have gotten quite large, too.
Well, they went up to
10K, yeah. You see the players talking about the WPT Championship 15K tomorrow. Whether or not they're going to play it. And they just played a long 3 days. 4 days, actually. This is the 4th day of this tournament. A long 4-day tournament.
I would expect all of them to play it.
I would think Lemke's going to play it for sure. I'm not sure of the other players' plans. Ante opens, and Ben posturing with the 6-2. Reaching for chips. I think we're going to see another 3-bet out of him.
He's really kicked it into high gear.
I'm sorry, Ante actually limped again. Looks like he's appeared to have shifted his strategy to limping the button now. And Ben is actually ISOing him with the 6-2. Really applying the pressure here. And that'll do it, though. Ante lays down the queen 9. Ben's aggression will work. It's always great to see players shifting gears as the day goes on and as chip stacks change. You know, now that Ben has chips, we've definitely seen him. We've definitely seen him be more aggressive and just play more pots in general. Be Wild Poker asks, tips for live 1-2 cash games.
Wow.
What do you think? I'm going to defer to you on this one, Tyler. You are the resident live cash game expert. I don't know how much 1-2 you played. Wait. First, look at this shot of these guys.
Wow, look at those heroes.
Darren and DJ. Jesse looks like he couldn't care less.
Wow.
Is Joe smiling? What is that in his face? I've never seen that from Joe.
What is that on his face? That's a good-looking group.
That was a great shot of the room right here. This is a signature room is my favorite here at the Borgata. It's nice, kind of. It's not small, but it's a nice kind of separate room from the rest. It's not as big and crazy as the poker room or the ballroom upstairs.
I prefer the ballroom upstairs. I like the
just you like the environment, more tables and more people.
Yeah, there's more of a buzz when it's up there, I think.
Oh, there's definitely a buzz, but I don't know. I like the kind of quietness, and you always know everyone in this room. It's more like a friendly kind of environment, I feel like.
Yeah.
All right, so back to the question
the live
from Twitch.
1-2.
Live 1-2. I don't know how much 1-2 you played, but I know that you're definitely the resident live cash guy here.
Yeah, geez, I mean, a quick tip's kind of tough to put on the spot, but you can raise pretty much whatever size you want, and you're still going to get called, at least pre-flop. So if there's already limpers or there's already people in the pot, and you have a hand that you like, I would say to open massively. So, 6, 7x, maybe more. I think you're still going to get action, and they'll still probably check fold a lot of flops. So,
what type of strategy, just in general, do you like? You like just trying to be aggressive and win a lot of pots? You just like waiting to make hands and.
I mean, it depends on the table, but yeah, usually in a smaller, no limit cash, you're not going to have a ton of tough spots. So. I probably play pretty loose and aggressive, and I like to make all my sizing pretty big.
Just kind of put pressure on other people, and
yeah, I'm not making a lot of a ton of bluffs, past the flop because you don't really have to very often.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, pretty loose pre-flop, pretty aggressive pre-flop, and big sizing. I think that's a good key to a. And I'm just describing any loose passive no limit game, not necessarily 1-2 no limit, but
Sure.
any loose passive no limit game, I think.
So we see Ben open the cut, or yeah, under the gun is the cutoff. They're four-handed. And Jim shoves for about 25 big blinds with pocket fives.
I believe it's his second hand in a row. That
Yeah, he reshoved the ace-5 last hand. I can't imagine how Ben looks him up with the ace-4 here. We actually saw Brian fold the, kind of good hand of king-queen suited. And Ben mucks his hand into Jim's.
Having some fun.
Definitely a fun final table. I always like making final tables like this. I mean, even if these guys aren't all like best friends, they all know each other just from playing, and they all know that a lot of their friends are going to overlap, groups of friends and that type of stuff. So it's always good being at these tables where everybody's at least friendly with each other. This is kind of, I played the 1K6 max yesterday and today, and I knew I was at a table with, I just knew 5 of my 5 opponents. We were all like pretty good friends, and we had a lot of fun. It was a good tournament. We're still battling against each other, but it's always.
Yeah, we actually started on the same table.
We did, yeah. Me and Tyler yesterday played the same table for a while. I don't think we played any pots too big.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, we played that one pot where I rivered the straight against you. I forgot about that one.
I turned a set.
Tyler,
and straight.
Yep. Tyler it was 3 spade flop, and Tyler had to hit the 1-out turn card, and then I hit a 6-out or 4-out river to make him pay me. It was good. It worked out well for me. I got pretty.
Yeah, I hit a 1-outer. I was really lucky.
he was lucky he hit the 1-outer, but I mean, yeah.
You re-luckied him.
Sort of, yeah. There were a lot of cards that would have slowed us both down. Is what I was getting at, but
yeah, that's true.
Brian Lucky folds the 10-5. Andy will let go of the 5-3. And Ben in the small blind. Yeah, okay, Ben in the small blind with the Jack-6. Eyeing up Jim's stack, and I don't know what to expect from Ben here. He's been mixing it up quite a bit. Again, if you're just joining us, those blue chips Jim is shuffling are the $5,000 chips. And then the pink and green watermelon card ones are the 25,000 chips. So Ben does decide to give him the walk with the Jack-6.
Must be the satellite running now. We can see.
Table's filling up in there.
Who's doing the commentating? Well, I'm Michael Gagliano. Alongside me are Amanda Musumeci and Tyler Patterson.
What up?
How's it going, Amanda?
How you doing, guys?
You enjoying this coffee we have here? We have a nice, Borgata has been giving us a nice little coffee water table here. Oh, there you go. I think that's the satellite right in front of us there.
Yep.
Andy looks down at ace king of spades and will certainly come in for the raise here. 175 from Andy. Jim looks like he has a decision in the small, and Jim's on a relatively shorter stack.
Is that because his face is covered up a little bit?
Maybe.
Well,
no, he's going to lay it down. All right. I don't know if we got a chance to see his hand there.
That was his make a decision face.
Lemke's
found an imperfection.
Looks like Lemke's.
Who's doing it?
I don't know what he's doing actually.
Who's
but
marking the card?
yeah, sometimes the decks get, the ink smudges a bit, or somebody dents it with their fingernail a little too hard, and you got cards you need to replace. But
I'm a very low peeler of the cards, so I feel like I may be guilty of sometimes messing the cards up.
I think it's people that peel them high because they peel up like the whole card.
Right.
That do it. Like, you ever see those guys take the cards like vertically and just bend the whole thing up?
Yep.
Like, I feel like they're the ones that are really denting these cards. I take them sometimes, and the cards are like just like a big U shape because they've bent them so much. I peek the corners. I don't think I dent them, but
I think it's the guys who want to squeeze out the 3-sider or whatever. I don't even know how that stuff works, but
when they pull the whole side
really
up and
squeezing,
try to peel the spot numbers, yeah. I've been guilty. People accuse me of doing it because I put my finger, right down on top of the card, but I don't think I do. We'll see. I got to check it out. Another walk for Andy here.
A lot more walks.
Yeah,
right
play's gotten a little. It's definitely slowed down. I mean, I think it's on the heels of Andy's aggression, because Andy just is not as aggressive now that he doesn't have as many chips. Yeah, so it looks like that's the satellite right in front of us there. Let's see, who do I see? Is that Chris Triba?
Yep. Carlos Mortensen.
Where is he? I don't see him.
At the very bottom. Next to.
Oh, yeah, there he is. Good shot of the signature room. Lemke with ace-jack will certainly not be folding this hand. Sometimes you need a break to spice things up. I think after this break, you're going to see we have a break coming up reasonably soon, and I think we're going to see, some action after that. Well, actually, we're probably going to see some action here.
This Ben's constant 3-betting might reap some rewards here.
Yeah, it's going to pay off for sure. There's no way Lemke folds.
Yeah, this could be a pretty unavoidable.
I mean, he's not going to fold to the 3-bet. I don't know if he's going to necessarily go all in, but he's going to at least call, I would think. It's button versus big one, and Ben's been quite active.
Yeah.
It was interesting. He grabbed the chips and then thought. He's been quite stoic before acting, and this time he grabbed it. It just looked like I don't know, maybe
grabs very quickly.
Looked a little more serious. Yeah. I noticed things like that.
Yeah. I mean, we also saw Brian Peel last time with Jack 10.
Oh.
Yeah, Lemke instantly moves all in.
Ripped it all in quickly.
Same thing we saw with the 2-8s when Lemke had the 2-8s.
Auto ripping.
Yep,
Yeah.
just very quickly, I'm not folding this hand. My hand is too good. I'm all in. So Brian's going to need a jack to catch up here. 9-8-4 is a little favorable for Brian.
With the spades.
Oh, there's the
also.
jack.
There's the jack.
And the 7 of clubs. That's going to mean that's it. Ben's out. Ben goes from second place to out in fourth on the bad beat, and we see the ace king again not holding up. That's the second elimination in a row where the dominating ace king has just been shattered by a weaker ace. So got to give Ben some credit. Ben really didn't have a lot to work with all day, and he finally got chips and did quite well with them building, and it just fell apart in one hand from the bad beat. But good job to Ben Zamani, who finishes in fourth place for $78,000.
You don't necessarily blame Lemke for getting it in there. I mean, he has 40 bigs with ace-jack, isn't that comfortable, but four-handed against a guy who's been 3-betting kind of a lot.
Perfectly standard.
It's hard to let that go. Yeah. So Lemke, overwhelming chip leader now with over 8 million. Andy Spears in second with just about 3, and Jim Gilbert still is a little less than Andy. I think about 2.7. Is that what that said? You see Ben really quickly exiting the stage after that one. Just a really unfortunate beat for him. Everyone, the two shorter stacks are definitely a little happy about that one. They get a nice pay jump, and they get, a strong, aggressive player removed from the table. Always a good thing. Yeah, Lemke acts really fast in most of his pots. So Jim comes in for a raise. We don't know his whole cards yet. I wouldn't surprise me if we see Jim loosen up a bit. Lemke has been playing, not tight, but he's not been playing super loose and aggressive like some of these other players have been. So I think Jim may seize this dynamic as an opportunity to open his range up a bit and try to steal a little bit more.
With three players left, I think we're going to see Lemke obviously open up a bunch more now, and
yeah,
he's
absolutely
pretty comfortable in his stack, obviously. So
another issue with the cards we're seeing.
These are RFID cards too, so
they're a little thicker, these cards. Have you ever felt them? But they're definitely tougher to bend. Like, you can't really bend them like the other cards. So maybe when these guys are peeling them, they're just cracking them a bit sometimes.
Probably pretty damn expensive, these RFID things.
Yeah,
so
so
thank Rymax again for sponsoring and giving us all those cards.
A bit of an issue here. I think they're maybe going to switch decks. As we get those fixed, I don't even know how many decks of those cards they have. They definitely have more than one, though, so that's what they're going to do right now is switch decks while they get that card replaced. I played with Lemke on day one of this tournament, actually.
Overwhelming chip leader now.
Yeah, over 100 big blinds. And, you know, Lemke's been here before. He's got titles. He's got a lot of final tables, so he knows what to do in these situations. So I think we're going to see, you know, definitely see him start opening up a bit more. Approaching on 1,000 viewers on Twitch. Let's see if we can get over that number.
Wow.
Tell your friends. Tell your friends about it. Come watch. We're three-handed, 3 good players. Let's see some action.
Maybe Lemke's quick actions will teach poker players all around the world to act quicker.
There you go. Although for the most part, actions, there's not been any, you know, chronic, slow players really at this final table for the most part. Jim has made, you know, taking his time with a couple of decisions, but most of those decisions have been actually really tough decisions where he's been facing, you know, all-in bets and that type of stuff. And he hasn't just been, you know, posturing. Jim's going to call it the 10-8. And nobody's really going to like that flop. And usually when nobody likes the flop, the pre-flop raiser takes it down. So we'll see what Brian decides to do. He's the only one with a diamond, too. So I would imagine he's just going to win this one right now with a bet.
Seems right.
And a quick fold from Jim.
Yeah, we haven't seen like a ton of big pot bluffs, you know?
No, not at all. I mean, you don't usually.
On these final tables, I
Yeah.
guess. On the way there, maybe.
But I mean, we haven't even really seen that many river cards at this final table overall. We've only seen, what, a couple where there was action still pending, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's the type of player, players that we have at the final table too. Andy's been really, for the most of the final table, was pushing action pre-flop with a lot of, you know, raises and 3-bets. And when you have a lot of 3-bets, you just don't have a lot of chips left to put in on turns and rivers. So kind of makes sense that most of this has been, you know, flop poker.
Well, this is just a timing game flow thing. He hasn't played a hand in a while. He's going to go ahead and open up the 7 deuce.
It is time, he feels.
I mean, I don't think he's opening every single button, so the fact that he's doing it with this isn't because it's high enough in the percentage of hands that he wants to play. It's just a timing thing.
Brian will defend the big blind with the ace-5. 3-handed, you definitely see these players opening up their ranges a bit. I'm not even sure this is a defend Brian would have made, you know, a couple of, you know, an hour or two ago. Brian flops the best of it with second pair, but he's not too happy with those overcards out there.
I think it's a strange flop to not c-bet for Andy.
Yeah, it's pretty dry. I mean, there's a flush draw and a couple of straight draws, but nothing too likely. We'll see if he tries to take it away on these streets. He does bet the turn. Let's see if Brian can sniff this one out. It's a bit of a tougher bluff to sniff out after he checks the flop, I think. It's that delayed c-bet we were talking about earlier. You wait till the turn to c-bet.
Yeah, it's more credible sometimes.
And on a board like this, it's kind of hard to not give him some amount of credit. I think on that card, we're going to see Andy probably give up a lot. That's probably a card that hits Brian harder than him. Yeah. And this pair of 5s will take it down for Brian. The rich get richer. One small pot at a time.
The hands like flushes and straights they got there on the river, Andy almost definitely would have bet those on the flop.
Yeah, he usually does just bet the flop with those. It's actually funny that, you know, Brian's pots were mostly were mostly big pots that he's won. He won the really big flip, and he won the really big ace jack versus ace queen, ace king.
Yeah.
Which whereas when Andy was chipping up, most of Andy's pots were much smaller pots. Some players in the chat talking about they think Brian should maybe 3-bet the ace-5. How do you think about that? What do you think about that, guys?
I don't hate just defending instead. I mean, it has enough value. It's not usually one of the reasons we don't defend those types of hands is because they're tough to play. But three-handed against a super wide range, you don't have to just fold ace high on flops and turns. So I think that it's playable enough.
So you think
okay.
You think just ace high is going to be good on the flop a lot, so you don't want to
so I don't mind
maybe fold it pre-flop, like if you 4-bets or something?
Right. I mean, three betting is fine for sure. It's just the argument against flatting is usually it's tough to play those hands, but I don't think in that case it's that tough.
Webke wakes up with a pretty good hand on the button here. And 2 9s, and it looks like Jim's thinking about coming along with the 5-4, and he will.
I feel like 5-4 suited. It's like waking up.
In the big blind.
Yeah, it's a beautiful hand. Jeez.
Feels that way, especially 3-handed
I love
sometimes.
the 5-4 suited.
5-4 is not going to like that flop too much though, so. Brian just bets, and that'll take it down. Pretty small bet, but it doesn't matter when Jim only has 5 high on that board. No draw. Now we start seeing the pots going Jim's way. Brian encroaching on 9 million chips now as he chips away very slowly at the other 2 stacks.
That's a pretty big lead.
That's definitely a big lead. You know, we can see one double up really shift things. I think if Andy gets a double up, he's going to get really aggressive and go after Brian. But if that doesn't happen, I think it's Brian's game to lose right now. You know, it's easy to say that when he's all the chips, but these if he can keep chipping away at with these small pots, that's going to be all he needs to do to take this down.
Not expecting to see the king high fold.
The big pay jump here, getting second versus getting third, so these guys might.
What's the jump? Do you know what the jump is?
No, I don't remember.
If you're just joining us, first is $277,000 plus the Borgata Spring Poker Open Championship Trophy. This is the Borgata Spring Open main event. And I am Michael Gagliano along with Amanda Musumeci and Tyler Patterson. You can follow us on Twitter too, guys. I'm at Gags30Poker, and Amanda is at The Real Mander.
At The Real Mander.
And Tyler is, I believe, just Tyler Poker.
Yep.
At Tyler Poker. You can tweet at us, and you can use the hashtag Borgata Poker Live. And we'll love to read your tweets and answer your questions and just chat in general. So come say hi. Marco, the real ghost of M, got to give him a shout out. He's always watching, these Twitch streams and these broadcasts and everything. Active member of the community, giving us some shout outs and love on Twitter. Appreciate it. Some more discussions about the greatness of the Twitch chat here. They're just patting themselves on the back.
I was just checking all that out too. I like this Twitch stuff. It's pretty cool. Might have to jump in.
It's fun. There's some good streamers on there. I stream myself sometimes. I just still stream a session and talk to people, and it's fun. It can be. We're interacting. We're not interacting as much as a lot of the streamers do because we're obviously talking about this final table and we got a little more going on here, but it's such a different environment getting one-on-one with people who from all over the world that you can actually just talk to right here as you're doing whatever you're doing.
All over the world is right. Yeah, this guy's saying that he's signing off right now from Estonia.
Wow. Couple
cool.
Europeans out there watching today. Guys, for all the other everything else Borgata Poker, check out the Spring Poker Open blog. It's springpokeropen.theborgata.com. There's going to be coverage on the 1K6 Max, which is down to the final, I believe, 6. I know there's the final table. I don't know how many people are left. You can follow that along with the other events going on at the Borgata. And, of course, the 15K championship event.
You know who's at the final table?
The 6 Max? I know Zoe is there. I believe Barry Hutter is also there.
Zoe is a 6 Max hero.
Apparently, yeah. I'm not sure who else. Yeah, I'm not sure who else. We'll take a look on break. Maybe we'll.
Yeah, we can probably check out the blog and find out.
We'll poke our head out and see who's left. Or you guys can check out the blog. There you go.
If you are checking out the blog, make sure you keep in mind we are in a 30-minute delay here on the live stream.
I think they're not reporting. I think they don't report. I think they report on the delay.
Are they?
I think. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not too sure. All right, well, maybe spoilers then. So we're on a 30-minute delay. I don't think they do. I don't think they spoil it. That's tough from a poker reporting standpoint. You know, I know they run into this problem with a lot of the other, WSOP, WPT events where there's live coverage, there's a stream, and there's also live reporters. As a reporter, you want to report, but at the same time, you don't want to ruin the stream. So as an organization, as like Borgata, I don't know what you're supposed to do. It's kind of a tough spot.
They're not doing the live stream of WPT events that are televised anymore, I don't think. They don't
Is the 15K televised? Is that it?
Yeah, it is.
$10.8 in the small for Jim on his 25 bigs. It looks like he's opting for a raise this time. 250,000 it looks like will be the size. And with ace-4 suited, Bryant's not going to go anywhere. He just calls. So the WPT, we're getting told that the 15K championship event will be streamed.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got that one wrong.
It will be streamed as well as televised. They're going to do both. So that's great to see. If you guys want to tune in, you can check the stream out, and there will certainly be links for that, and you'll be able to watch that as that unfolds. When is that final table? It's next week sometime. I want to say it's going to be
29th.
It's when?
The 29th.
The 29th.
Final
Okay.
table.
So in a few days.
Attention all tournament dealers for the 6 o'clock qualifier. Switch decks. Teal decks, please. Teal decks. 100, 200 of blinds.
And that championship event starts tomorrow.
All tournament dealers for the qualifier.
Yeah, next Wednesday it looks like it's the 29th. So that will be that'll be good to see. Last 10 hands we see Jim's VPIP go up quite a bit. 60s, playing 60% of the pots, which is kind of understandable. Three-handed, you're going to see a lot more. You're going to be big blind a lot more. We saw him do a lot of calling out of the big blind. So definitely, it's definitely not very surprising.
Yeah, obviously should be opening up their range more in the three-handed. You have to keep up.
Andy's like, I feel like all of the air has been just deflated out of Andy since he lost that flip versus Lemke.
Yeah, he hasn't.
He has not done nearly as much as he has, as he was doing earlier. So we see Lemke's complete final table stats there, 25-17, versus the last 10 hands. Again, very understandably, playing more pots, getting more aggressive, that type of playing of poker.
You can tell how Andy, like in his body language when he's folding, that he's kind of maybe feeling a bit deflated too.
Absolutely.
When I see people, when I see their body language change like that, and they're just making tamed, yet they're a little bit tilted at how tamed they're being or having to be. I just keep in mind that I think those players could be a little more tilty, or maybe a little bit more likely to do something spazzy.
Or maybe make a decision. We talked about before, kind of making a second call after you folded a big hand, because maybe you were upset about folding the first hand still, so you make a crying call the second time. It definitely would be good information to keep in mind. I tell you got the experience, seasoned live pro now.
I remember when the first year I started playing live, I was like so timid and so much more information to pick up than what you're used to in the online game. But
I was talking about this earlier. I feel like I played, so poorly. First, few many live tournaments I played. I made so many mistakes that,
me too.
Just not being patient enough and, not ranging people correctly and thinking about their hands the right way. It definitely come a long way and played a lot more. And
I've always been a live pro, so
yeah, we know you've been the best
I'm not
forever.
bragging about it. I was gonna get to, so it took me a lot longer to get fundamentals that you guys have. My ranges are too wide. I was probably a little bit too loose passive. A lot of little things like that take a lot longer to learn live.
Yeah, and those are the things that online play really, definitely speeds up. Is just, like you said, fundamentals and stack size, things that you do with different stack sizes and that type of stuff.
The 10 to 30 big blind stuff, it takes a long time to learn that stuff playing live.
And things adjust, and the whole game changes. People's tendencies change online. We're talking about so many hands every day and the instant messenger with our friends and
Sure.
learning at such a fast pace.
I mean, it's faster paced too because you're just seeing more hands, like vastly more hands. When you play a live tournament, you see 20 to 30 hands an hour, probably on the lower end of that usually. And when you're playing online, a lot of players that play 4, 6, 8, 10 tables at once are seeing up to hundreds of hands an hour.
Yeah.
It's could be literally, if we're playing, if some of these guys, I know Jim, for example, when he plays online, probably plays about 10 tables. He's probably seeing 500 to 600 hands an hour, versus if you're just sitting there playing live, you're seeing 25 hands. That is a massive difference.
That's pretty crazy.
Jim is getting 20 times the experience you are in, one sitting.
Well, in specific experience, there's other experience that you're getting playing live that you're not getting.
This is where we're talking about where the fundamentals come in, though, of just experience of playing.
We got much more acclimated to robotic.
Oh, of course.
Robotic play, not really player dependent as much. And so coming into live arena, definitely able to be more of a detective on an more individual basis, paying attention to player tendencies and actually acting on them. At first, I was so timid to act on if I saw a physical tell that was an indication of weakness or fear. I was still fearful to act on pushing people off of hands at first. So I think it's something that, with some time and experience.
It's still scary to bluff. You put in that big bet and nothing. Don't want to get called. Steph, I can't get over Andy going from opening 3-2 off onto the gun to just snap folding.
Three-handed
with Jack 4. I mean, obviously Jack 4 is not a very good hand at all, but it's just earlier what we saw, it's so different.
I would have implemented an opposite strategy.
Playing tighter early and
and
more
then
aggressive now.
Not letting these players have them see on the live stream or being told by their friends that we were playing the 3 deuce off early on. Probably would have rather saved that for now.
In fairness, it was working for him for a while until he lost that pot to Brian. He did seem to be sort of running everyone over, and most of those pots did come right back to him. As soon as he put those chips out there, he won those pots. I would tend to agree with what you said, though.
Yeah, it's great by itself, but now you got 20, 30 big blinds, and it's kind of tough to be out there stealing all the time.
And he'll come in with the raise with the ace-3 and get 2 really quick folds. Both of them had Jack 5. That'll do it. And there will be a break very shortly after this level. I think they're in the last hand or two, I believe. If you come to the Borgata, May 17th, noon to 8 p.m., the Mercedes ML350 sweepstakes. One car every 2 hours. I guess they're giving away a car
Every
2
2
hours.
hours? I'm going to come.
That seems like a lot of cars.
That's a cute car.
You like that? You can see yourself cruising around on
Google that car. ML350. Okay.
Yeah, we'll get you one.
I want that. Any listeners? My birthday is coming up. A couple months.
They're giving away 5 Mercedes-Benz ML350Ss. Or ML350s.
3 of them?
5.
5
5 of them.
Wow.
Yeah, they'll save you one maybe. Ask nicely.
They owe me a Keurig, so maybe I can just, yeah.
Trade up.
Can I switch out? Oh wow.
This is really the first big. I mean, we saw a couple Ace Kings and Ben had Jacks at one hand.
Jacks, right? This is the next biggest.
We haven't seen. No one's hit Queens yet, right?
Amazing,
no one's hit
actually.
Kings or Aces. This is hand. I mean, it's hand 88, but I think the odds are against no one getting dealt any of those hands.
Oh, yeah, by a lot.
Brian folds out of the small, and it looks like Andy will defend his big. And Lemke looks like he's going to take his break already. Ace-9-8, not what you like to see with 2 kings here. But he will be still quite ahead of Andy's hand. Interesting to see if Jim decides to bet it or check it.
I like to check. He's got the king of clubs, too, so rolling some cards off isn't necessarily so bad.
I think when you know Andy is peeling as wide as he is, too, I think you just know that a lot of times he's going to have a hand similar to what he has, that you're just going to have a good hand still, even though the ace is obviously scary. Another check from Jim, and they'll see a river. See if Andy takes a stab at it like he did earlier.
Yeah, we've seen this very similar spot earlier. Just looks like James's showdown value. I mean, why else would he be checking down?
You think he would just bet usually on ace high if he has nothing?
I would think. Or at least some time before the river. The turn could be balanced, though. The turn could be... He could be value
250
betting.
from Jim, and that'll do it.
He tried. He tried to let the Andy put chips in.
Yeah, if Andy has a 9 there, he's going to pay him off too, probably. So here's how they stack up. Brian with 8.4. Jim's got 2.7, and Andy with 2.3. The short stack at 30 bigs. Blinds are going to be going up soon, and Andy will be just left with just over 20 bigs. So definitely we'll another shift in dynamic as blinds go up.
Yeah, 50 and 100, it'll be 23 and 27 big, so they're going to have to probably be getting it in pretty soon.
Brian is an overwhelming chip leader, but if if James or Andy can, double through one another, gives them a fighting chance.
Yeah, we'll have an interesting heads up if that happens. If Brian knocks one of them out, we'll have probably a shorter heads up by a lot.
Could be.
Although it's heads up, you never know. Anything can happen.
I think we should see an open here, Brian.
200,000 from Brian on the button. And 2 jacks in the small. Andy's going to like that. Here come the hands now, guys. We were talking about no hands. Well, here they come. Andy cutting out a 3-bet. 480. 80? 480? Did you make it 480, I think? $485. And Jim folds the ace-7. probably hard to continue if you're Brian here.
That ace-7 is a spot that could shove, too.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we keep talking about Andy kind of slowing down a bit.
And Brian hasn't been, like, drilling it with the
No,
opens
he
either.
hasn't.
So.
That's true.
I don't think Jim has been getting too out of line either. You know, it's not like he's been crazy 3 and 4 betting. So I would have been pretty surprised to see
Yeah.
him do anything there. Although I know where you're coming from in that respect.
I don't think we never saw one cold 4.
No, we haven't. We did see a couple of 4 bets, but nothing.
Tougher to see with the 6-handed table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where was our cold 5 bet? 6-handed.
Andy with a little
All the
pep
hands
back
are
in his
rolling
step
in now.
after winning a couple pots.
Lumpy folding the king suited. King 3 suited.
Is that
Yeah,
the big
it's-
blind? Folded king
That was the
Yeah.
big blind.
That's kind of tight.
Yeah, I could peel.
And we know Andy would peel. You know, we saw Ben fold an ace-9 though in the very same spot earlier.
Right.
So definitely not
Well, not 3-handed.
Yeah.
true. They were I think they were 4-handed though, weren't they?
We're going to call that close enough to count.
Yeah. So Jim reaching for chips is going to come in with the open with the 9-7 off. Definitely on the wide side, but you know it's not out of the question. We've seen we keep talking about everyone playing pretty on the straight up and up. I don't think Andy's going to go anywhere with his queen 10 though.
And he's going to call.
It just calls, so we're going to see a flop. Wow. Wow, and he has a queen of spades. This
Yep.
is
This could be, neither player has a ton of chips.
I would expect this to get in on the flop. I guess Andy could just call.
Jim flopped another kind of awkwardly big hand.
It's awkwardly big in the sense that if he bets and then gets raised or jammed or something, it's... You have to question what worse hands would be, putting more chips in the pot beyond your bets.
I
So
think we're just going to see Andy call here, though. I don't think he's going to raise. I think you're just going to see a lot of check calling with this
there
type
we
of
go.
hand.
He's grabbing calling chips.
Yep, that's true.
He hasn't been going too crazy post flop either. And there's the spade. That'll pretty much seal it for Andy. But it's definitely going to slow Jim down.
These spots are interesting because, at least for me, the thoughts go through my head. Like if I check here, I know players like Andy are just gonna like lead on the river a lot when I show weakness after the 4 flush gets there.
Right.
What do you think?
I
It
usually
definitely makes
bet
it
in
a
this
tricky
spot.
spot.
Just to, yeah, I
You usually bet in this
just to-
spot so that you can just have like the lead in the river. Like if this way, if Andy checks, you can just like, are you checking then?
Yeah, I'm probably checking the river. Yeah.
So you just do it so that you control Andy's action on the river, so Andy's not like bombing, and you're just kind of like, what could he have?
Right.
He could just be ripping and taking me off. What about you? What do you think? Are you just like checking backs in a spot like this,
would
even
probably
against
just
aggressive
check here.
players? So, but don't you think Andy's gonna like?
I mean, he's
bomb,
definitely
or
going to
at
bet the
least-
river sometimes, but he also just like has spades a lot. So it seems like pretty hard for, you know, depending on what the river card is too, him to want to just like bluff a lot. He called the flop too, like he has something. Andy checked, which is kind of surprising. I would expect him to just bet usually here. And I can't imagine Jim. Yeah, Jim's just going to check and lose.
Yeah. Strange pot.
Guess Andy was expecting, or was hopeful for a bluff.
Very, very surprised to see Andy check that river, though.
Yeah, I don't really understand the check on the river.
He must have thought Jim's range was weighted towards hands it missed.
Yeah, trying to get a bluff out of him.
Yeah, I mean, if he bets and he thinks that Jim has a missed hand, he's not going to get any value, so
No,
he's
of
probably
course
just
not.
trying to check call, assuming that he must have missed. Obviously, if he puts Jim on a hand like maybe top pair or, a flop top pair or a hand like he had.
Also, if you bet and
Maybe
get
betting.
raised, that's a really awkward spot if you're Andy.
I don't think it's so awkward if you're getting raised by a guy like Jim.
You think he just always has
Yeah.
a really good hand then?
Jim's, I'm not trying to, no disrespect at all, obviously, but I think that there's, these are two different player types. One, I think, is pretty clearly more solid.
Not making some suicide bluff.
Right. Especially against a player who's competent.
Jim pretty happy to take a flop here with his 9-4 and hope to get lucky.
Which could be hard against the Queen 9.
It looks like Jim's kind of a raise.
He is going to raise. Interesting.
This is what Matt Matros kept saying last time.
It was.
That
Matt
every time
advocated attacking this.
you have the small blind limps, just raise it up. They're almost always folding.
I don't think Andy is that type, though.
Yeah, these aren't just your
Right.
recreational or average, middle of the way, skill set.
Andy's not haphazardly limping the small blind here. He has a set plan and strategy for this position, at least somewhat. So, I'm not too sure about this 9-4 raise by Jim here.
Yeah, I don't love it.
Does give him the lead in the hand, though, so we'll see if he can put that to
use.
And take the pot away from Andy. And when everyone misses, he just may, but Andy has some equity here, so we'll
Yeah,
see.
I wouldn't call this missing.
Yeah. This is the problem with 9-4 also, is that it just doesn't flop very well. Lots of just nothings on a lot of boards. Well, Jim's got nothing now, and we see him cover his mouth again, so I don't know about that tell.
Nope, that one's out.
I think that one's out the window.
Yeah, he's been pretty consistent with his mouth covering.
Now, what does Andy do here is the question. Does he call? Does he raise? Does he fold? You don't think he's folding him, Andy. You said this.
No.
He's got too
He's
much
not
equity.
playing this hand to fold.
Okay.
On that.
Looks like he's cutting out a raise.
Yeah, I like
Looks
the
like
raise.
640 from Andy.
I like the raise. It's a dry. It looks. I like it on James, just against James' stack size.
Yep.
Hard for him to do a lot.
Yeah, he's just so seldom
720,
flatting.
sorry.
Yeah, he's not gonna flat often on that stack.
And that will do it.
It's a little bit of leverage on the semi-bluff.
I can't decide who I want to see play heads up. I think all these players would make interesting combinations of heads up matches. So it's hard to pick two to root for that sometimes there's just two guys you really want to see go at it. Maybe the two aggressive guys, but everyone has their own little strategy. I've seen Lemke play heads up before, and he's not going to let anyone push him around. So that could be interesting. We've seen Jim make a lot of, calculated, solid plays that have just gathered him chips along the way. That'll be good to watch. And we've seen Andy just be loose aggressive. That'll be fun to watch. So I don't know.
I like the loose aggressive. I think they're the most fun to watch. I think Andy with anybody would be fun to watch.
I'd be pretty interested to see how Andy plays against Jim, because I don't think Jim's going to let him push him around too much, and Jim's going to open up more heads up, especially now that he would have to. There's only 2 left. So I think that would be kind of an interesting dynamic, but Lemke's always fun to watch. So I could go anyway. I think that's going to be...
They're going on break?
Yeah, I think that's going to be it. I don't know if they're going to play one more hand or not. We're going to find out in a second here. It looks like we're going to go on break. And with that, Brian Lemke's going to take our chip lead into the break. 500,000, 50,000, 100,000 blinds when we get back with Andy Spears, Jim Gilbert, the 2 shorter stacks. We'll be back in about 15 minutes for the perhaps conclusion of the $2,700 Spring Poker Open Championship here at the Borgata.
Lounging by the sea and lining up 5-7s. Now that's a win. Showing off your new garden tool and raking in on 00. Now that's a win. Swinging to some classic rock and standing on 20. Now that's a win. Do what you love and get the thrill of Borgata anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online, poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up now. Stretching your hammies and splitting aces. Now that's a win. Toasting the perfect marshmallow and turning up 5 cherries. Now that's a win. Waiting for a nibble and setting a trap with pocket kings. Now that's a win. Do what you love and get the thrill of Borgata anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online, poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up now. Loving up on the puglets and looking down on 4 kings. Now that's a win. Showing off your soft top and shoving in on a straight flush. Now that's a win. Manning the tongs and taking down a hot tournament. Now that's a win. Do what you love and get the thrill of Borgata anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online, poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up.
Switch decks, kill backs, please, kill backs. 100, 200 is blinds. All minimum dealers for the qualifier. Switch decks, kill backs, with 100, 200 on the blinds, please. 100, 200 blinds.
Well, this Ryan, he wants you to do the payouts for a sit and go or something. Hello? Hello? Man, I was. No, no. I don't hear nothing. Something about the sit and go. You have to do the payouts. Joe Garber took him over. Hello? Joe Garber took him over. Are you serious? This one's good. Man, he talks to I swear he talks to speaks English. No, we're not. God damn. Come on, yeah. Oh, Chow? Yeah. You're on TV. You're on TV. They can see you. They can fire me. No, right now. My last day is Monday. Where'd you go? At work. No. All right, leave me a rubber band. I'm leaving you
too optimistic for us over there. They just want to. It's over. Yeah.
Looks like the break's over and they're back in action. I'm running the show by myself now. The other commentator stepped out for a second. So this is Tyler Patterson running it all by myself. Looks like Brian opened it up in the small blind. He's going to win it. Whoa, chewing on a sucker now. Maybe that gave him a little boost of energy to open it up with the 6-7 off. Lollipop's great for the live stream. Brian's got 61% of the chips in this set. That's a pretty overwhelming lead. Andy's in second. 37 big blinds, so he's not super short. And Jim only has 15 bigs now, so it's a good time for Brian to kick it into high gear.
We're back, guys. Thanks for covering there, Tyler.
You got it.
I was doing some investigative work out in the poker room. You caught everyone back up. We're three-handed, I guess.
Yep.
Michael Gagliano back in booth. We're still waiting. We're still. Amanda's doing some other pressing business right now. We'll have her back here momentarily, though.
So all you missed was Brian opening the 6-7 off from the small blind, winning the pot.
Okay. Jim's getting pretty short, looks like.
So yeah, Brian can put pressure on Andy while Jim's that short.
So let's see. We're 50, 100,000 blinds. And let's see what's going on in this Twitch chat. I can't even follow. We've lost control of the Twitch chat.
It's gotten a little bit less respectful, I'd say.
The Twitch chat? Yeah. Sometimes, you know. Sometimes that happens, but, you know, it's Twitch chat.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to clean it up. Some stuff, at least. We'll see. So, Andy's going to take that one down. And let's see, Andy's up over 4 million already. Wow. He's been building quickly. We could have an interesting, interesting finish here if maybe Andy can gain some more chips here. There might be a little bit of a battle once we get heads up, and maybe not as much of a runaway as we originally thought it would be. Definitely going to see Jim make a move. Jim is, as we talked about earlier, he's a veteran of the online poker tournaments, and he knows what to do with these stacks. He knows how to play them, and I'd be pretty surprised, even with this amount of money on the line, if we saw Jim making some mistakes here. Jim's going to move all in for his 13.5 big blinds with the Jack-10 on the button, and it looks like this one's going to get through. Doesn't look like that's a calling hand for Andy.
Nope.
Did they get you the mic? No, oh, you're not doing it? No. So with that, Jim will move up to about 16 big blinds.
Which is enough for a 3-bet to work now. I mean, if someone opens, he can.
Talking about a 3-bet shove.
Yeah, 3-bet shove. Yeah, he will have some fold equity now.
Definitely always helpful to have that, especially over, although having even 12 big blinds can be enough when Andy's opening as wide as he has been.
Yeah, that's true.
Wouldn't surprise me. Andy folded earlier to Ben shoved like 13 big blinds, and he folded pretty quickly. You know, so the hands are that wide, he'll have some. I welcome Amanda back to the booth.
Thank you.
So Andy in the small blind here, ace 4. What do you do with the short stack in the big blind?
See, this is I like just shoving here, but
Well, it looks like Andy is just going to shove.
Amanda made a good point earlier that maybe you can get people to
Shove wider, and Jim
shove a
makes the
little bit
call.
wider.
Jim gets excited when he sees the king, and he makes the quick call with king queen. And we're going to have, you know, pretty much just a race here.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know if it's correct or not that I would do it like, and maybe not so much on like on the shorter stacks, because like earlier he had so many chips he could afford to like take a
Yeah.
closer to flip situation, which I think I would be more okay with.
Pretty big sweat here for Jim going to the river. King, queen, or 10. Otherwise, Jim will be our 4th place finish, or 3rd place finisher. And that'll do it.
And we're down to heads up, huh?
Really good run for Jim. You know,
Yeah, he played well.
he came in middle of the pack. He was short for a while. He battled his way, back. So a really good job to Jim. Congratulations. Jim will be our 3rd place finisher for just shy of $100,000.
$1,000.
Not a bad
Pretty good.
3 days work right there for Mr. Gilbert.
He seemed pretty content with it.
Yeah, you know, I
Upset.
think he knows he did what he could. You know, there's, as a professional as he is, you know that sometimes you just can't win every tournament. You know, sometimes the hands just don't go your way. And in that last hand right there, I mean, he wins that 60-40, and he's in really good shape. So it looks like, let's see, it looks like we're going to take a
Just a
short break.
Heads up break.
Yeah, before we go heads up.
Said only 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, not even. So I think we'll return in a few moments with the heads up battle between Brian Lemke and Andy Spears. So yeah, we'll be right back.
We're going to take a little break. No, I'm saying like a person. Right. And then I'm going to call my buddy. Yeah, we'll just go all in, right?
I think if you win the first flip, you're gonna actually have to take. So you're gonna have to win twice to win.
Right.
If he wins, you win. You're gonna actually have to take.
We'll have to flip it twice if he wins.
Or just flip it. Just deal them cards.
Well, hold on, they're gonna want us to probably see it, right?
I don't know. Can I do the list in? Are you guys good? They're just flipping for the game. You go all in line. I mean, they can't. Whatever they do, he has less than them. They have to. Just keep flipping. That gives the advantage. Slight it. All right, that's fine. Who cares about this? No, I understand. It's not like a monster. Okay, really.
Exactly. We're actually playing on the live stream. They're not gonna really know.
Welcome back. The Spring Poker Open Championship final table main event. We're heads up between Brian Lemke and Andy Spears. I'm Michael Gagliano with Amanda Musumeci and Tyler Patterson. And it appears they've come to some decision to chop the remaining prize pool. We're not aware of the exact details. But just based on what we heard, and I think you guys could hear too, that's apparently what's going on.
They look pretty high-spirited, and everyone's standing around on the rail watching this hand. It looks like
Yeah,
they're
they're going to play it out for a winner. So we don't know the exact, money situation that's going on here. They are playing for $277,000 for first, and I believe it's $167,000 for second. Yeah, so see, they're all in the calls here, and Brian is ahead. So Brian Holtz here. He will be our Spring Poker Open champion with his ace-9 suited versus Andy's ace-2.
Geez, those hands are so reasonable.
Those are very reasonable hands. Jack 6-6 gives some chop possibilities.
We could have kept the chop in the dark.
Ace on the turn, and they are going to chop unless the river is a 9 now. Actually, a jack also will give Brian the win here, but
yeah.
A 4 means that they're just going to chop this one.
Very often.
And the dealer is going to try to figure it out, the chop. Yeah, it's a chop.
After mucking
Yeah.
Andy's hand.
Oh, it's hard to see sometimes.
Hey.
And let's see what happens after this hand. So Brian's still our chip leader. Oh boy.
Guess they're going to be running out another flop here. Look at that trophy.
Trophy, that's the Spring Poker
That's what
Open
this is for
trophy.
right here,
Yeah.
the run out.
So yeah, Brian's saying here, reminding everyone that if he wins, he gets a truck. So his son is really riding this one hard, because if he gets second and doesn't take home that trophy, there's no truck.
Riding it hard. Great
I don't know. That was sweating it hard. It's better. So Brian moves all in, and let's see what Andy's going to do here.
I think he's going to call with that hand.
Andy does call.
I think that's a call.
Brian doesn't look very happy. Caught with his hands in the cookie jar. 3-2 off for Brian.
Who gets
And
that
let's
trophy?
see if Brian can. Let's see if Brian can improve here.
See if Brian's son wins a truck.
Deuce on the flop puts Brian out into the lead. His son's liking things so far.
Andy looking devastated.
5 on the clubs to Andy, a lot of
It's
outs.
always a sweat. Always a sweat.
Queen, 9, 5, or any club will win it for Andy. But the king of spades in the river
Unbelievable.
seals the deal. 3
And
deuce
just
off
like
move pays out for Brian. And it looks like Brian Lemke will be our Spring Poker Open championship.
And Lemke Jr. gets a truck.
He
Chip
does. That's
perk.
great.
Chip
Big congratulations
perk.
to Andy Spears for a second place finish worth $159,000. Great job, Andy. He came in as the chip leader today, and really, it did great. He worked with what he had, and couple that flip versus Lemke goes the other way. Things could be very different for everyone. But of course, let's not sell Brian Lemke short. He played a great tournament, and he's our champion today. Congratulations, Brian.
Congrats, Bri.
right.
Yeah. So thank you everyone for watching. There's a nice shot of Brian's trophy and all his chips being set up for the winner's photo. Thanks again to the Borgata Poker. Thanks again,
Well, look at that. He gets to
everyone
hold
else
up
that
the three
made
deuce as the
the
champion.
stream
That's a pretty good
possible.
shot.
The live stream sponsor, Rymax, again. And congratulations, Brian.
Great picture with the 3 deuce for the win. Let's go.
That's sweet.
It's gonna go on the wall here. Don't look so scared, Brian.
Nittiest guy at
just
the
won. Look
table,
happy.
show him with a 3 deuce. Wow. Unbelievable, this guy. Unreal.
So thanks everyone for tuning in, and once again, I'm Michael Gackmano, Amanda Musumeci, Tyler Patterson. Thanks everyone
guys.
at Borgata Poker. Anything else?
No, I
that's
got
it.
nothing else. That was a good time. Good show.
Congratulations again, Brian Lemke, Andy Spears, and everyone else at this final table. A great job by everyone. We'll see you guys next time.
You missed everything, Vinny. You missed everything. Good job. But we played it out. Yeah, we played it out. You had to play it. They played the hand. The first hand they went all in, they chopped it. So you have to do it again. Then it just came. Do they do an interview or? I think they're doing it. I don't know. Yeah, the gray sweater. What time is it? 8 o'clock? Something else is that? 5 and a half? I said at least 14. 14? No, too much? Thank you. Hey, no, thank you. It's good, eh? Everything was good, yeah? All right. I don't know. Oh, I don't. One more back. We got our cars there. We got everything in. Trophy's there. Rick and mine take a picture of cars, nothing like that. They took the pictures of the winner, with all the chips in the car. Okay. They did that. We shook hands. We said, congratulations. And that was it. They were very quick to get off and get paid. They weren't all about. Well, Joe came in looking